Hello? Oh my god, I didn't open my VTuber model. I forgot to show up. Hold on. Let me pull it up real quick. I can't believe I forgot to show up to my own Christmas party. Hi everyone. You can't see me, but I promise I'm here. How you guys doing? It's gonna take me a second for the program to open. Oh, I didn't do the stream avatars either. I was so busy decorating before the stream that I forgot to even open up the necessary programs. How you guys doing? Happy Christmas! I added a new redeem. You guys should check it out. Go look. It's silly. I'm so excitamento! Yeah, Feliz Navidad! Welcome in! We have Hecho here, came in and grabbed the first redeem. Presmop and Roy are here. Gordon is here. Merry Chrysler Eve. Hi Hecho. You guys should do the redeem. Do it. It's on a timer, so like not everybody can do it, but one lucky winner during this 5-minute period will be able to do it. Happy Christmas! Happy Christmas! How did it sound? Was it loud enough? It's really brief, but maybe I should make it less brief. Or maybe I should make it so that people can do it more often. That's beautiful. It was acceptable? Okay, it's really quiet on my end. Acceptable in volume. Okay. You know, I'm gonna remove... Redemption cooldown time is like... 1 minute. I have a bowl of plump blueberries. You're a bowl of plump blueberries. I would like some though. It's like that clip of Pim and Smiling Friends eating the blueberry. Okay. It keeps like default opening into my drawing scene.
Happy Christmas!
Happy Christmas! Hi Ethereal! How's everyone doing this fine Christmas Eve? Are we feeling the holiday spirit? I sure am. You guys like the little Starscream comic? Okay, I'm almost here. Oh, I didn't even turn on my tracking. This Christmas is a disaster! My Christmas party's ruined! I'm so flippin' excited to give out presents. I wish I could do more for presents, but I really don't have the money this year. Hi, Tomo. What are you so worked up about? Little Tomo's so worked up about something. Doing my flashcards. Enjoy your flashcards. Yeah, I didn't even open my VTuber. That's on. Take that off. Okay, I should be good now. He's got the Christmas spirit, he really does. Where am I? Cheesecake? Where'd you go? Oh, there I am. Hi! Hi! Happy Christmas! Happy Christmas! Oh. Well, at least I got to wave to you guys. How's it going? I'm Starscream. Ha! Oh, Merry Christmas, kid. Is he like knocking over that Christmas tree? Cheese! Hi, Jow. Welcome in. Ooh, little bird. I realized that probably what he's so, like, worked up about... Here you go, Tomo Bird.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas. His sleep schedule is off because his cage is right next to my my PC. So if I'm staying up late at night and I'm at my PC... Hi, Happy Christmas! Oh, you're meant to say Merry Christmas. Oops. If I'm at my PC and I'm staying up late and I'm, talking to somebody, or I'm, the lights are at my computer coming out, it keeps him up. So I should probably do something about that. Maybe I'll move his cage or something like that. Happy Christmas. Hi, Snail. Beautiful 25 stream streak. Thank you. Thank you for the 25 stream streak. Do you guys like my decorations? Look, look. Look at all my decorations. Well, there's like 2 decorations, but that's okay. Here, let me get this to a point where it's... Yeah, I can crop it properly.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas. What is that? What are you? What is that one in the background? Huh? Well, it's okay. We can just we can just cover it with this one. I'm sure it's not adding any like rendering load. We can just cover it. I don't know what that is.
Sup?
So, what are you doing? Where you at? Hi, Roy. Milo has lost another tooth. Milo has lost another tooth. I have it at this time. I've been thinking about it nonstop for the past few hours and just took it out. It was me, Dio. It was me, Chizo. They look bueno. Yay! I wanted to do a little more, but I think this is nice. I got my little Christmas hat on, my little Saint Nicholas hat. The fairy lights are a little brighter. We got the Christmas tree, the background's different. We got funny little Starscream comic. Well, my glasses are on too. Thank you, Ethereal. Let's see how this Christmas brawl shall go. Wow. Snail fighting for their life. Ayurisu comes up and backstabs them. Hecho comes up and backstabs Ayuyu. Silver Canadian starting to sweep the floor on their last legs. Oh! The perfect pet! The perfect pet! Oh no, Silvy's cooked. Yup, it's Ayuyu and Hecho. Hecho grabs the health pack and it's over! It's over! Congrats, Hecho! Oh, I'm feeling so holly jolly. I literally found this song today. It's from Sonic Unleashed. This song is from Sonic Unleashed. Isn't it so nice? Is the welcome board serious, genuine question? Because I love Christmas crackers. Yes. I mean, it's not a question, it's a statement. I could Google it if I'm really curious, but it's a confession, more so. Christmas crackers. I mean, I know that they come in little, funny little packages like this. Oh! Let's go, let's go. I'm missing out on so much. Like, I know what kind of packages they come in, but I don't know what's inside them. Is it like crackers? Or cookies? They explode and give you gifts? Is it food? Christmas crackers, what is in them? This is still pictures of the outside. Ah, it's like little, like little stocking stuffers. There's a crown and a cheap toy. Ah. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I thought there was like actual crackers in there. Right, Hecho. I thought there would be crackers in them. Hi, welcome, Prismup. Did your studies go well? Keychains and bracelets and knickknacks? Oh. Yeah, the only thing I knew about Christmas crackers is like what the packaging looked like. But I do like drama and explosions, so consider me curious. Let's change the welcome board because it's not true anymore. I learned what Christmas crackers are I learned today that Christmas crackers are not food. That's what I thought it was, kinda. Happy Christmas! Hi, damsel! They're called crackers because of the sound they make when you pull them. Yeah, they crack, right? Oh, each person pulls an end and 2 pieces of flint or whatever rub against each other. 2 pieces of flint or whatever inside rub against each other and spark. Yay! Well, hydrate, thank you. Let's do a stretch too. I'm gonna get a seeds treat for Tomo. So I'm gonna show this first. I figured out how to. First of all, I cleaned the sides of the tank so it's a little clearer in there, and also what did I do? I changed I turned off the autofocus on the shrimp cam, so you can actually see the little shrimps a lot better instead of just being a blur. So the shrimpies actually look a little better now, but on the downside then is that when I go to Tomo Cam, those settings are meant for a very well lit environment. Laser beak Christmas crackers are not food. Thank you, Ethereal. That bunny might be in trouble. I don't think they should be underwater. Thankfully, it's a little ceramic bunny that doesn't need to breathe. It's a little ceramic fairy bunny. Hi, Booty. Let me change this first. Yay. Laser beak. Configure video. Okay, and I could just have this configure screen. Oh, much better. The autofocus is better when I'm using it for Tomo Cam. Let's get this little doohickey and replace it with a small millet for the boy. He's gonna go crazy. Does anyone have any fun Christmas Eve traditions they're doing today? My family gets matching pajamas and makes homemade pizza. Actually today, my family's not doing anything for Christmas Eve. I have some family that's doing... Here, go through this side, Tomo. Whoa, you knocked it down, little bird. You knocked it into the cage, actually. Do you see that mean little face he's doing? Okay, yeah, you can have it here. There you go. You guys still get to watch him schneck. Yum yum. Little num num for Tomo Bird. Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas. Yeah. Tonight, no plans. Tomorrow, Christmas gifts exchange and dinner. Yes, I have hands. Happy Christmas. Christmas gift exchange and dinner. And then Saturday, with my fiance's family. Saturday, with my family, we're doing gift exchange and just like hanging out all day. Yippee! A fairy bunny with an E. I see you, Presmop. Also, hi, Neptune. I don't know if I said hi to you yet, but hi! Yeah, I sure do have hands. Since cameras don't work in the fairy world, I have a human form. I have to use a human form if I want to use cameras. I'm under the influence. I am excited. Good for you, damsel. I'm excited for you. What? Ask UK. What's in those Christmas crackers? A little paper crown which you must immediately put on and wear for the rest of Christmas dinner. A surprise gift which might be a 2-inch plastic comb, very plastic diamond ring, tiny nail clippers. a wine glass charm, etc., depending on whether the crackers cost €2 or 2 pounds or 25 pounds a box. A slip of paper with a joke on it, which you must immediately read out to the rest of the table. It will not be funny. The fun comes from everybody groaning and saying how awful the joke is. And a snap, which is 2 strips of card held together in the middle by a tiny bit of gunpowder, which goes bang when you pull them apart. It's meant to be stuck to the inside of the cracker so it'll snap when the cracker is pulled, but it sometimes slips through, and you get to snap it separately. Ah. A long British tradition of not taking yourself too seriously. Yeah, presents. Oh, I was half listening to you talking about presents earlier and thought you were calling me. Hi, Ayuyu. I was curious what Christmas crackers actually are, and I learned that they're not crackers. Christmas cracker jokes. Let's look at Christmas cracker jokes. Yeah, there we go. What do you call a pile of cats? A mountain. Yeah, Christmas crackers aren't really like a tradition in America. At least not for my family or most families I know. I won my last Christmas cracker pull. You can win? How did you win? What do you call an angry carrot? A steamed veggie? What's a panto? Yeah, these are straight up you blew it jokes. Also, these are like 2020 jokes.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas. Usually the tradition is 2 people grab each end of a cracker and essentially tug a war with it. So how do you know if you've won? Oh, you win if it breaks and you end up with the end that has all the goodies in it. I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. Happy crimes. I saw this. It says, why does Santa have 3 gardens? So he can ho ho ho. I thought it said, why does Santa have 3 genders? And I didn't know what it meant. Yeah, it does kind of sound like a wishbone. Do you know the wishbone tradition in America? Ayuyu? Little bird. Oh, you're done with your millet. Now you're gonna go a chirping again. There. Now I've moved these things out of the way that I'm trying to get you to play with, and you can get to what's in there better, little bird. Santa has all the genders. He has genders we can't even imagine. What did the snowflake say to the fallen leaf? You are so last season. Why don't you ever see Father Christmas in the hospital? Because he has private elf care. My 2 front genders. Little bird. Come on, bird. Come on. You want more millet, you little freak? I thought I'd calmed you down earlier. What? All I want for Christmas is my 2 front genders. What? He got his toe stuck in my sweater. Come here. There's millet to be had. Okay, you can sit there. A pantomime is a play for kids with like cheesy jokes and yelling at the stage. Huh. I would like to do a panto with you guys. That sounds fun. How does a dude living in the Antarctic construct his houses? He glues it together. That's really fun. That's really fun. What do you get if you eat Christmas decorations? Tinselitis. What? It's really been a half hour already? Tinselitis. Yeah, these suck. What do you get if you cross a bell with a skunk? Jingle smells. Yeah, this song is from Sonic Unleashed. I'm like, what is so nice? Sonic OSTs never fail to surprise me. They're supposed to suck, that's part of the charm. Yeah. It's true, it's true. What? What does this mean? Yes, it is the Holoska Night theme. A mince spy. My favorite fairy on Chrysler Eve. Hi, Chi 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 Chi. Welcome in. Why did Buzzbot cross the road? To get to the other booty. That's our official Christmas cracker joke for this stream. That's our official one. Happy Christmas. What do Santa's little helpers learn at school? The alphabet. I sort of realized right before I what do you call it? Oh, right before I started streaming. Hi, Leo. Right before I started streaming today. What's a Christmas cracker? Oh my goodness, guys, Leo made the cutest fan art for me. I mean, it's not fan art. I purchased the commission, but it is art of me. Like, it's not necessarily fan art, I guess. Look, look, look. Ah! Look, look! Look how cute this is! Look at me! Ugh. Yes, it is the one on Blue Sky! I love it so much. Look at all that gorgeous rendering. Oh my god, goodness, wait. Oh my godness. You can see... Hold on, I didn't even realize this until now. You can see the spot where the strings that hold the limbs together, that like are all, they run through the body and they hold all the joints together. You can see the part where the string like goes over the little loop. That's incredible. Oh my god, individually articulated toes. Ah! I'm gonna be real, I did not go to bed. Oh, well, thank you. I really appreciate you working so hard on that for me, Leo. You absolutely knocked it out of the park. I'm so happy. Pattern brush specifically for the flowers on the dress. Yeah! I recognized it right away. Missile toes. Yeah, the detail on the candy cane. And the ribbon with the holly on it. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Did you guys know that Leo does commissions? Yay! Thank you again so much for that, Leo. Yeah. What are you guys' plans? You guys have something going on today, tomorrow? Something else throughout this week? I'm also excited for New Year's. Oh, hi, Anne. Welcome in. I'm also excited for New Year's because every year on New Year's, The Rock and Geode are in. Every year on New Year's, my D&D group, we do an overnight D&D session. Come on, check this out.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas. Check it out. It's Millet. You don't have to get mad at it. Ugh. What's up with all the little chirps, little bird? I had him calmed down earlier. Yeah, we do an overnight D&D session. And it's really fun. It's always so much fun. I'm visiting the parents tomorrow to watch Christmas movies and have roast turkey. Oh, that sounds delightful, Ayuyo. I'm looking forward to New Year's because it's my birthday, right? That's right, Electro. Cheeky years. I'm really glad you're in a good mood today, Anne. The original plan was to travel up north to visit my sister today and stay till Friday, but she got sick. That's such a bummer. What an unfortunate time to get sick, right? Yeah, Electro's birthday's coming up. I'll nap eventually, right? I just don't get the hey, you're tired, you should sleep feeling, so I'm really good at pulling all-nighters. Yeah, I kind of get that sometimes. I'm kind of like that sometimes. Seems like everyone's getting sick right now. 'Tis the season. Like, not only are people like going to see family more, and feeling obligated often, we have sushi, but like, it's cold and icky outside. 'Tis the season to be sick. La 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 la. Christmas illness. Hey, do you want Scoochies, Tomo? Is that what you want? Christmas illness, only on the Hallmark Channel. I'm not trying to reward you for being a little stinker.
Fire!
But I would like you to be placated. I would like you to calm down, if that's okay. We were even like playing earlier and everything. I love sushi. I really like sushi. Honestly,
Fire!
I feel like people don't talk enough about grocery store sushi. Grocery store sushi can be really good. I don't care about like fancy expensive sushi. I like grabbing it from the grocery store and just eating it. No need for a restaurant.
Fire!
As long as your grocery store, like, you trust it, you know? I feel like maybe some places you can't trust. Where are we getting what's for dinner? That's right, gas station sushi.
Fire!
I just bought a 30-piece California roll from Costco an hour ago. Ooh, you gonna share some with me? Any for me? The grocery stores around here rarely do my favorite imitation crab sushi, unfortunately. No! You should put like send in a tip. Be like, hey, if you did the imitation crab sushi, I would eat it. Because I feel like the sushi people in grocery stores usually, like, operate separately from the grocery stores, probably. I feel like I have to get it from Fancy Place every time. Understandable. You can have the spicy ones. More for me. More for me. Thank you, GG. Sushi from a health store like Sprouts is banger? I've never been. I don't think I've ever heard of Sprouts. I love super fancy sushi sometimes. Sometimes. It's also one of those foods that's like, I don't necessarily know if I'll like a particular roll. What are we getting for dinner? Christmas sickness, of course. Ba la 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 la. Yeah, I feel like sometimes with sushi I might not like it, so I don't want to get something expensive because what if I don't even like it? You know what I mean? New store sold creme brulee when I moved here, but like half a year later they stopped stocking it. That sucks. You're right, everyone does love creme brulee. Little bird, little bird. I want Cheese to have the spicy ones because they're my favorite. What? That's so cute, Chi-Chi. My very favorite Chi-Chi sister. I can't say that you're my favorite sister because I have like I have other sisters. Tomo bird. Okay. You want these ones? Do I need to bribe you with these ones for you to calm down? Yeah, come on. You ready? Whoa, this stinking bird. Okay. We'll put it in here because you're a baby. You stinky little baby bird. And hopefully you'll calm down after that. He was chilling for a little bit. Tradition me and my family have is having cinnamon rolls for breakfast on Christmas morning after opening gifts. Oh, that sounds lovely. Cinnamon rolls for breakfast. They still have amazing hazelnut croissants, so I still shop there. Yeah. Baby jail alert. It's right here, Tomo. Check it out. Check it out. What's the name? There's actually a ton of seeds in here. If you would dare to tread in this place. Electro also does cinnamon rolls Christmas morning. I feel like something just happened in the house. Something like large. Maybe something fell over. Who knows? Let's go! Yeah! It's been a while since that's not true, actually. I had cinnamon roll, maybe like a couple months ago. I guess, a friend of my fella's mom, has a bakery, and she made, like, sourdough cinnamon rolls, which, I don't know if that sounds good, but they tasted pretty good. Okay, how about we get into this game finally? I don't really like cinnamon, so I've only ever had cinnamon rolls like maybe twice ever. Really? Buzzbot. I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Buzzbot. She says, I actually don't really like booty. She's lying. She's lying. I don't believe her. Oh, there we go. An imposter. I'm gonna visit one of my partners after Christmas and I love him and I'm gonna kiss his face. Yay! I'm happy for you, Electro. Okay. This game is The Grinch for Game Boy Color. The Grinch for Game Boy Color. It's, I was trying to look for, Christmas games on, like, Game Boy to DS. On the Nintendo handheld Game Boy 3DS. And there's surprisingly little, actually. Like, there's a few. Most of them seem like they kind of suck. Most of them are movie tie-ins. But this one stood out to me. How's the volume on that? Is that okay? This one stood out to me. Oh, hi, Bach, welcome in! There's password function, which is wild, because this is a Game Boy game. You can save in Game Boy games. This mage loud. Let's turn it down in the... Huh? Is there a volume? I like MGVA, but it really doesn't have some things. Yeah, the password is kind of the save function. Yeah, it's from 2000! And it has a password function. A password function in 2000! Yes, there is snow coming down. That feeling when knee surgery is tomorrow. Hi, Pluto! 2000 with a password function. But this game, when I was looking for, games, Christmas games on these systems, This was the only one I saw that really intrigued me. This is made by Konami, which is a little hint as to what's going on. Yeah, maybe it's cost cutting. This is made by Konami, and is described as Pac-Man crossed with Metal Gear. In the future, the year 2000. The booty 2000. Pac-Man crossed with Metal Gear. It's like a stealth game. I watched some gameplay too. It was made in... It's theorized to be made in the same engine that Konami made Metal Gear Ghost Babel, which is the Japanese name of the game, but it's what most people know it by, or Metal Gear Solid on the Game Boy Color. So, that's interesting. Also, they gave the Grinch some kind of anime sauce to him. I don't know how else to explain it. But he's got some kind of anime sauce to him. I think Green Machine described it as they yowified him. And I don't know how much I agree with it, but that is funny. Ghost Babel. No, like, biblical Babel. I guess you'll see what I mean when we get to the cutscenes. Gear... Ghost Babel. I know it's Babel. Like techno Babel for occultists. Does the audio seem fine? Is it too loud still? Ghost Baby Bell. I would eat it. Wow, that tasted... frightening. The audio's okay now? Okay, sweet. Moe Grinch. Not quite Moe. You'll see what I mean when we get into it. Okay, so that's A and that's B. All of the Who's loved Christmas. It's Christmas time in Whoville. Hello? Lights, crowds, music, and noise, noise, noise. All of the Who's loved Christmas. There's like a whole line that's being cut off. But not the Grinch, who lived just north of town. There we go. The Bible. It says the Bible. You question the words of the mighty Jimmy? What is that? I don't know what that is. Oh, hi, Lady Ace. It's nice to see you. A 3-stream streak. Let's go. Is Zelda Oracle vibes from this? Yeah, it's the same platform after all. And isn't like typeface kind of the same? Like the font and stuff? The Grinch hated Christmas and everything about it. I must stop this whole thing. I've been putting up with all of this fuss for years. Oh, a 3-stream streak. I have one of those. Now I'm going to put a stop to it. Why is that? Who's so like... I'll let you guys finish that sentence. But how? You didn't see that? Then the Grinch came up with a terrible plan to get rid of Christmas once and for all. I will put a stop to Christmas, he said with a Grinchy grin. Why'd they make him like that? Scene 1-1. So, we have to go around and collect all of these little presents, and not get caught by all of the delightful little Who's. Otherwise they'll hug us and, make the Grinch nice way before he's supposed to be. Yeah, who gave her the baking industry? Christmas poo in the middle? Oh no! I didn't see it. Yeah, look at that pose! Like, I expect to see, like, evil anime guy. Evil anime guy in such a pose. Scene 1, 2. Is that same sprite here? You? Oh! What? That's not where I intended to go. What comment did Beanie make? What are you talking about, you? No! What? Let me go through that other side! Oh, he got tired. Ah, oh, sweet. She's throwing stuff. Ah, oh, I can blow bubbles. I can make snowballs. Oh, she got me. Was it Beanie? No, it was Green Machine. Green Machine. No, I was trying to go to the left. No. There we go. Yeah, different green. Ammoing up. Yay! I figured out the throwing mechanic. The snowball mechanic. It seems like turning is a little difficult sometimes? Oh, I see what you mean. It does kind of look like a big old green poo. Oh, hi, Damsey. Welcome back. Oh, I get to steal her candy cane, too. Yay! I did it! I am the Christmas winner! I get to steal all of the Christmas! Woohoo! All of the Christmas joy is mine! I can see, I originally wasn't seeing the Pac-Man comparisons, but like, when I was like watching gameplay of it. Let's make some snowballs. How are you here? How are you here? How are you here? I see. How are you here? Merry Christmas to all the ones who celebrate it. Merry Christmas! Whoops. Oh, I'm experiencing Christmas cheer. I'm having a lovely time. Continue, yes. Looking away. Sneaking past. Yeah, I'm getting beaten with kindness and joy. That's what I named my two fists. That's what the Who's named their two fists. Kindness and joy. Well, I can go inside there. What? What? They're shooting at me! Dang, who knew this game was so realistic? I'm going to beat you with the friendship and my fists. Hi, Saito! Christmas is going great. Huh? Does she have protection against snowballs? I get you. Huh? I snowballed him! It seems it may take some time to learn the logic of this game. Does he have a flippin' blunderbuss? I don't know, maybe. I know the Grinch has, a blunderbuss. The baton is called cheer. Whoa, little Tomo bird. I'll get accustomed to the controls soon, I'm sure. Whoville, USA! Is it gonna come out? Is the little kid gonna come out? Hey, Tomo bird. Oh, through the door! Through the... Huh? Oh, do I have to crawl through the door? Aha! I gotta be stealthier than that! Wait for it. His little crawling animation is so funny. I don't think we'll be trying to beat this whole game. Can I go through the left here? No. Are they saying hi to each other? I don't think I'll be beating the whole game. It's probably gonna take too long. What are you doing, little bird? What's little bird up to? Oh, there is a timer. Yeah, get out of here. What? Yay, I did it! I thought I lost for a second. But I simply acquired the last present. Oh, he's settling in for a nap. Little bird settling in for a nap. Woohoo! All of the Christmas joy is mine. None for the Who's. I'm a greedy, greedy Grinch. Oh. I hardly had a chance. Let me out of here. Okay, let me make some snowballs, because I still have to collect those presents down there. Aha. He shoot me. I do like the speed up buff that I get. What? On the topic of Pac-Man, yeah, what's up, Presmop? I'm more surprised that there's not really... Yeah, there's, like, this was one of, like, 5 games I could find on all of the Game Boy systems. I was kind of surprised. I feel like we're gonna be seeing that continue screen a whole lot. Ugh. I can't make snowballs here. They originally wanted to call him Puckman in English. Oh yeah! The name was changed for vandalism concerns. Interesting. Just try it. Just try it. Whoa. Vandalism, interesting. Well, this one. No! They should give you more warning. Oh, I understand. Yeah, we would absolutely vandalize that. What's Tomo doing? Hehe. Huh? This game is whack. I'm about to run out of lives. Mission failed. Yippee! Oh, this nostalgia boost during Christmas Eve is making me so happy. Ah. Why did I start crawling? I want to play my Game Boy now. Yeah! Let's get out of here. Let's Grinch out. Okay, I'm gonna get the ones in this room first. I gotta remember this is a stealth game. This is a Metal Gear Christmas. Metal Grinch. Metal Grinchmas. Ah, I can climb under here. Calm down, little children. You can see that kooky face in the corner when there's something going on. Okay, we got all the ones in here. Oh, ah, ah! No! Go, 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 go! Okay. Ah! I couldn't attack them both at the same time. Colonel, I'm trying to steal Christmas. Yes, we'll try again. Why is this game kind of hard? Oh, I'll do it later. I'm gonna play Pokemon Red and Kirby's Dream Land. Oh, I love Kirby's Dream Land. You know that. You know that that's like my favorite Game Boy game. Game Boy games in general are kind of hard. Yeah, they have to like make up for like, you know, having like small file size. You know, it's harder to have a 38-hour adventure if you're not struggling. You know what I mean? Gotta keep people occupied somehow. Yeah, I hardly tried. Whoops. I wonder what the P meter is for. No, don't freeze me! He took out my snowball! Why am I so bad at this game? Yeah, he has an ice gun! That's crazy! That's insane-o bonkers. Ugh. Can I sneak under the table? Nope, doesn't look like it. I mean, it looks like it, but I can't. I like how the Who's interact with each other a little bit. Keep going, buddy. No, not that way. I don't have any snow. Yeah, they just interacted. Yeah! Ooh, I'm so good. Ooh, I'm so good. Crystal Skills Cake. Congratulations, you're the worst being existing on this planet to ruin the dreams and gifts of children for petty reasons. Don't look at me like that, that's literally what the Grinch is. I guess you're not wrong. Oh, sweet. I just had to be sneaky careful. Sneaky careful stealth game. Whoa, look, I'm so good, I'm so good. I just gotta crawl around like a little baby Grinch. Well, am I running out of time? Oh, I had to get the time discs.
Man, little baby man, little baby man.
Yeah, get out of here.
Baby man.
Little baby man. Baby man. Why would they make a stealth game with a timer? Ugh. Ah. Oh, I guess you guys can't quite see the timer. The thing is in the way. I don't know how many like lives I have left. I don't know how to tell. Hold on. Let me scrink this. Let me scrunch it. There we go. What's that in the background? Like, you see how it's like showing up in the background? I can find this. It's DS capture for some reason. Okay, well, we'll just get rid of that. We'll just turn it off. Baby man is not helping. Baby man! You're a mean one, Mr. Scrunch. Oh, let's get out of here. Huh? How did it see me? It. I'm calling these upstanding Whoville Cityans it. Well, they ran into each other. That was funny. This game is also pretty goofy silly. Move! Move along, little girl. I'm almost done. I'm almost done with the level. Yay! What happened to the music? I paused it. Oh, wait. You not hear it? Oh, because the capture... Streaming is hard, guys. Okay. We'll take this. Turn it back on. Once there's sound again, you should be able to hear it. There we go, and we just hide it. Okay. Music should be back. Now there's no audio. Yeah. Oh boy, it should be fine now, right? It's good? Oh, why are they so fast? They're just human who's. Wait, who's aren't human? Who's on third? Please, sir. Oh, little child. Me and all the animals are oh so sleepy, fluffy nut pile on the couch. That's so sweet. Uh-huh. Yeah! Go the other way. No! I can't believe it! It's okay. It's okay. We just have to restart whenever we get this mission failed screen. Restart from, like, recollect all the presents. It's fine, we should be able to manage. We're smart cookies. No, I mean, it's totally the game's fault. The game just sucks, that's why it's like this. Candy cane. Yeah, let's get out of here. We can end up in here again. Yeah, I hate Christmas. I'm the biggest Christmas hater. Yeah! I'm so good. Ooh, I'm so hate Christmas. Yeah, what? You guys saw that? You saw me throw it. You guys saw me throw that snowball. Bye! Well, we already got the ones over here. Yep. All good. Yeah, that was incredible. Incredible how dumb that was. Okay, down here. Cobwebs. Oh, they're cosmetic. Ugh! More time. That's good. Yeah, I totally hit that guy. Why are they like hanging out in old crypts? What is up with that? I got pelted by a snowball. I pelted the kid with a snowball and he didn't even die. We're trying to kill the Who children. T stands for time. Wow. And they just crash into each other. Yeah, the T, they're time tablets. Yes, move along, move along. Ah! No, no, no! Okay, well now I know that we already got those. Bye-bye! Let's go to the other side. So I don't have to sneak past that girl again. I love storing presents in old crypts. Oh! We need snowballs. Snowballs. Schnurbles. We almost got it! We just need to take out this little girl. She knows too much. We're making Schnurbles. Yay! We did it! This is actually pretty fun now that I'm getting used to it. A new cutscene. Christmas is about presents for these Who's. So I'll just steal their presents and that will be the end of Christmas. Oh, I get a password. 0813 Max Grinch Max times 2. Well, I probably won't be playing this again. And I can just look up the passwords if I need to. I love this game over like, no, I hate happiness and joy. Yeah, like, the game over screen is good. Yeah, I'm totally Grinch maxing. Hi, Cygnus. Did I say hi to you already? Oh, wait. I wasn't paying attention. Aw, don't be mean to Max. He's just doggy. He's simply he was literally just standing there, and then the big old Doberman, big old Doberman came by and was like, I sense an inferior dog. Max can't throw snowballs. I know that much. Oh, but instead can bark. Oh! What is that? Puppy pet. I can surprise the Dobermans and they stop in their tracks. Ah, oh, and if I'm not crouched, I can jump. Okay. Sneaky. Oh. Oh. How did I accidentally close the game? I was too busy. What? How did that happen? I pressed the Alt button, Alt key or the Windows key or something? How did that happen? Hey, did you guys remember that password? Okay, Grinch, GBC, passwords. There we go. 48-4 Max Grinch Max X2. How did that happen? That's so silly. Okay. Thank you, Konami. Thank you, Konami. I mean, it wasn't because of Konami that I just messed that up, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, password. 4 8 4 no 48-4 Max Grinch Max Grinch maxing X2. I pressed the B button. No, I have to do it again. 4 8 4 no 48-4 Max Grinch Max X2. Okay. There we go. I don't know how I managed to accidentally press the B button. Okay. It's a good thing that happened on It's a good thing that happened at like the beginning of the level. You can jump over the other dogs. You can't jump over like fences, it looks like. Ah. Whew, a little scary. Yeah, bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark. What are they doing over there? Oh. Oh. Oh boy. Let's get out of here. Up. Bark, bark. This way? I like Dobermans, they're really cute. Bark, bark. He fell. Sweet. Go in this house, perhaps? Yeah, cute little cabin. Bark, bark. I like the bones. Bark, bark. You know, I kind of dig it. Fun mechanic. Like, a fun way that they're changing up the mechanics. Apparently there's like a really weird stage later. Where they're like in go-karts. Grinch in a go-kart. Ooh, careful. Where do I go next? South? Did I miss something? Bark, bark. Bark, bark. Just kind of stun lock him. Oh, I can go to the left. Bark, bark. Go to the left. There we go. Good boy. What? How did it say? I thought because the tree spray was in the way of me and the other dog, that the other dog wouldn't be able to see me. Oh. Woo! Off we go. Bark, bark. Which way are you going? Oh, ah. I hope that doesn't mean I'm out of lives. Ugh! That's okay. Let's do it again. Bark, bark! We'll just do it again. Oh, it's... Huh? How did it see me? Bye. Since I'll have to... Ooh, careful. Oh, barking doesn't help that. Just unlock them with the barks. Literally, as long as they're in a good position, I could just unlock them with the barks. Bark, bark. They're really cute little barks too. Bark, bark. Bark, bark. Okay. One. Yeah. Okay. Bye. Oh, I'm running out of time. What do you mean I'm running out of time? Is it because I'm crawling around everywhere so I can bark, bark? No! Oh! It's okay, I have more lives. I think. Oh, bottom right corner you can't see because the waow. The waow is in the way, but it has how many lives I have, I think. There's only 2 speedruns for this game on speedrun. Fastest as 1 hour, 34 minutes. Yeah, we're definitely not finishing the game today if that's a speedrun. That is interesting though. Bark, bark. Bye! If you did, you could claim 3rd. That's true. Actually, you know what? I've seen, like, long plays on YouTube shorter than those speedruns. Ah! Did you know that Japan has a National Dog Day on November 1st? I didn't know that. Bark, bark. Boing. Well, I thought I could jump over it. No, I just lost. Oh my god, I was so close to winning the stage too. 6 hours, 32 minutes. Wow. Hyrule Castle Garden music. Oh, 111. That's cute. Hi, Tangeles. Okay. Yeah, they love number puns. It's true. I guess it's probably not a good strat to constantly stunlock the enemy dogs. We stunlock the enemy dogs sparingly. Oh, no, no, no! I accidentally opened up the menu by pressing Alt. No! Ah! Well, we got all the ones on that screen. Bye! Come on. So doggy. He's simply so doggy. What are you doing, Tomo Bird? Get out of here. Eat it, dog! So sneaky. I gotta be so sneaky stealthy. So sneaky stealth. What are you doing, Tomo? It's getting darker in here. That might be what Tomo's up to. I see. Ah! Ah! I don't have any... Okay. This is my last life. I can do it this time. I'm gonna... It's only 5:30. I'm gonna turn on the light in here. Give me just a second. Yeah, just a second. And turn on the light in here. I'm back. A light is on in here. I wonder if this may unsettle Tomo again. Maybe he was chilling. I don't know. On a similar note, Cat Day is on February 11th, or nya. I don't know. I don't know that one. I don't get it. Whoa. Nya. Oh, that way. Yeah, is that Japanese meow? I know that one much. One is a Japanese bark? Yep, I know that too. What does that have to do with February? Yay! I finally managed to do it. Aw, what a good boy. What a good fluffy dog. Two. Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce any of that, Presmop. Go doggy. Okay, scene 2-2. No, I'm stupid. Oh. Knee. February 22nd? That makes sense. Knee. Work. Ugh. That's incredible that we managed that. Oh, no! Dougie! It's kind of like nya nya nya. You ever heard a cat go nee nee nee? Nee nee nee! I would like to see it. Okay, so we'll try that again. Huh. Take him out just long enough for them to be distracted. How do I get the ones that they're standing on? Do they even come back? Like, they end up like sitting on their butts. It's kind of funny. Oh. How are you supposed to manage this? Jump? What? The jump button didn't work. I hit the wrong button. That's why it didn't work. Wait, I just walked past it. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Careful, Max. Or just bark. Ah! Ah! It's so easy to accidentally press the crouch button instead of the jump button. Goodbye! Yeah, keep going. Ah! Oh, why did they put a timer in a stealth game? Ah! I wanna play My My now? Do it! Go to a My My machine and play it. Are arcades gonna be open on Christmas Eve? Maybe. Whoops. Just unlock them and creep right past. Wow. Oh, hi, Peanut Butter. Nice to see you. There's no My My anywhere nearby. Right. Anywhere nearby, bye. Is this it? Is this the level? Am I done? Yay! Ah, success! Sweet, sweet victory. I'm doing pretty good. I'm having a lovely time Christmas partying with you all. What's My My? It's a arcade machine. It's a rhythm game. Rhythm game arcade machine. Gaming washing machine. Yeah, it's call it that because it's the screen that you play on is a big circle right in front of you. Yeah, Merry New Year, Happy Christmas, Peanut Butter and friends. Happy Christmas. Okay. That was easy. Screen 1 was easy. Huh? That's so rude. but there's a place to go on the left. Have to go. Either be faster or jump across or stun. Oh, I'll have to restart anyway. That's fine. Are we maxing? Easy. Very good. Wait, I have to go into there. Whoa. Done. Whoa. Yeah, I guess we'll do this first. Oh, I can sneak under there. There's barely any machines outside of Japan. I have to be in, like, direct line of sight in order to be seen. Ah! 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 Watch out for Zubats! More like zoo dogs. It's freaking bats. I love Halloween. Ugh. I couldn't bark the dog away. Not when I guess you can't bark stun them when they're already in chase mode. So I am learning. Inside we go. What's up here? Oh. So I have to jump over it. Oh. Oh. How do you do that? How am I supposed to do it? How are you supposed to do it? What's up with that? How are you supposed to do it? Okay. Doggy. Now turn. Very good. Good boy. There was like a reviewer that I was watching who reviewed this game, and he said that the max levels were really annoying, and so far I'm not feeling that. Oh, that's not like an entrance. How do you do it? How do you do it? What do you do? There's no, like, other entrance? Sneak? Bark right away? Keep them stun locked? Yeah, seems like that's it. Careful. So now we just leave this place. Wait, there's another... No, I already cleared out that spot. Yeah, I guess nobody expected a stealth Grinch game, huh? I certainly didn't. Whoa. Sneaky, sneaky! We're almost done. We have time. guys doing over there? Unlock you. I know. Oh. What do you mean that's not it? What do you mean I'm not done? Oh. We have an ad starting in just a moment. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. Thank you. Huh? Where's the rest of the gifts? There's none left in there. Ooh. Yeah, they did kind of trap me there. There's none left in here, is there? Yes, there is. Okay. I guess I just skipped past this part. Ah! That's okay, we can get back there no problem with our last life. We can do this! We are so cool, capable. So cool, capable. It's the last room. The last room we need to do for this level. Yay! Oh, look at him barking in the little portrait. That's so cute. This game is actually pretty stinking cute. I'm actually into it. I like it. You guys think you would play this? Scene 2-4. Oh, I got 2 in 1. I like the sprite work. Yeah, the sprite work's pretty good. It's cute. Okay, so this path's to the left and right too. I wonder how it would look on like original hardware. Oh. I don't know how I managed to get by that. Hydrate and stretch, thank you, Roy! Ooh, lots of houses to check. Oh, I can hide. But I can't, leave through the cup. Sneak through there. Bark, bark. Keep it unlocked. Excuse me. Okay. Easy way to run out of time by doing that. Dehydrate and squish. Yes. Hydrate and stretch. There we go. And it makes stretch. Oh, yep, I needed that. Aw, look at little birdie. Little birdie relaxing. Cute birdie. Cute Tomo taking a nap. He's got one of his feet tucked up into his fluff. Oh! Goodbye. Back in we go. We try again. What? Huh? I jumped! Dang, okay. That's alright, we're just getting to know the map. It's practice. Around the corner. This way. There we go. No. That way. There we go. Easy. Careful. Oh, so easy. It's all timing. It's all timing and not suffering at the hands of the controls. Whoa. Ah! Ah! It's okay. We have 2 lives left to do this. Easy. Wow, look at that. I'm getting better. It would be easier without the garbage controls, you are right. Like, it's weirdly slippy? Ah! It's weirdly slippy. Okay, this is my last life, so I have to be careful. Otherwise, I'm restarting. Oh. What do you know? Okay. We're getting accustomed to it. We're getting accustomed to it. It's going good. It's going good and well. Believe it or not. Whoa! Oh! Ah! They're faster than me. Just a little bit. Okay, that's not so bad. Round and round. What's to the left? Okay. There's doggies, wouldn't you know? Would you ever have guessed? I was under the fence! Just one. One present left here. Poor Max. I feel like he's roped into the Grinch's horrid antics. Is it just me, or does the Grinch give Fae vibes? Grinch is totally a fairy. Mr. Grinch. I feel like a lot of Dr. Seuss stories sometimes can give Fae vibes. Ah! Wah! We're out of lives. Which means we must do these, quickly. Or face the consequences. Uh-huh. Not that way. Oh! Ah, I tried to bark, but it was too late! Ah, we're facing consequences. Ah, yes. I love consequences. Okay. We'll give this another go. The Grinch is absolutely a fae? Yeah! Much like Grim Snarl? Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, the controls are a little odd. I'm still getting used to them, honestly. Especially now that we've, the game has moved on from one sort of, like, the different characters have slightly different controls, to put it simply. Uh-huh. Good. Very good. Now we just need to clear out these houses. Easy enough. Yeah. Uh-huh, move along. Turn. Keep going. No, 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 not that way. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Now keep going. Very good. Good doggy. Okay. No, 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 no. Oh, how did I live? How did I survive? I don't know how that happened. Alrighty. Sneak back under. And get out of here. Oh, no, no, no. They ran into each other. Okay, we're good. I don't remember at this point which houses we've gotten. I think we got the two on the right. How did that dog not see me? Oh, ah, ah. I cornered myself there. Okay, we've got 2 lives left. We're good. Ah, I see. Okay. We just bark lock them. That's what I'm calling this new strat, bark lock. It's like a bike lock. Gotta have dinner with my family, have fun, and I hope you eat a lot of scrumptious food and have a absolutely lovely time with your family. Okay, still presents to be found here. They're bones! Oh.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas! Thank you, Anne! Happy Christmas to you too! Did I do it? Oh! Okay, I know where the last ones are. I think. We got all, we got everything to the left? Yep. I'm pretty sure we got everything to the right. I think those, whoops. Those 4 right there, at the top of the screen here, are the last presents. Ah! Weird control scheme. Yay! If you put the Grinch in court for what he's done, I think he would go for at least 10 years in jail. Breaking into multiple houses, stealing multiple times, and assaulting people with snowballs. It is still aggression, yeah. At least get him some therapy. You're so right, Saito. Barklock is like some weird Nuzlocke variant. I like that. We did it, we did it. Oh, I also have to finish a Christmas gift tonight. The one I started yesterday on stream. Yeah, Barklock would be like a Scarlet and Violet dogs only run. Except it's a Nuzlocke. Ah! Oh, little dude can't even leave there. It would only make sense in Scarlet and Violet because there's so many dang dogs in Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, just like how Nuzlocke is a Nuzleaf only run. It's true. That's what it is. Assault and battery. Exactly. Grinch is sentenced to being hugged by every who in Whoville till his heart explodes. Kill him with kindness? Let's do that at the end. Oh, you can sneak through that? You can sneak through that? What is that? Why did I say it like that? I'm so silly. Oh. Bark, bark. I think you mean the Grink, actually. Grinking and driving. Driving and grinking. Hi, Isaac! Wait, how long have you been here? You just got here. Ah, get out of here! Oh, that's faster than me! I forgot it's faster than me! Whew. The Grink would be the name of his jail cell. Like the Clink. Throw him in the Grink. I had to double take use Damsel's emote so my brain thinks Damsel's talking to me. That makes sense. That makes sense. Oh. Up. Up. We're Grink maxing. Oh, no, that's not. Ooh, the controls. Ooh, the controls. You're gonna drive me to Grink. Ah, no, the controls. No! I'm Grinking out. Hehe, I snuck in successfully without trying. Hehe. It's actually pretty easy to sneak into my stream if you show up without saying hi, then I don't realize that you didn't just show up. But it makes sense because we're being so sneaky. Why is making Salt angry a crime? I aggravated a Salt. Got that on the left. Okay, good. We have no lives left, so let's be careful. And also, every time I say that, I mess up. I don't know what's up to the north. Successfully confused, it's true. Okay. Now whatever's in this house is the only left that we have to worry about. Is all we have left to worry about. Mark, mark. I think. Yay! Okay, that stage wasn't as bad. Salt deserves to be happy. That's why it's a crime. If somebody told me that Salt was the name of like an Uma Musume girl, I would believe them. Good boy, Max. Shall we show them the way down? Why did I give him a pirate voice? Shall we show them the way down? Yarr! Okay, password. We'll just use the website if we need the password. Without salt, we'd be stuck with potato chips flavors like vinegar and lightly ed. Yeah, Umusumes are named after actual horses, it's true. Oh, we're back to Grinch Town. Oh. It seems we'll have to get accustomed to the controls again. Wow, I lost. Salt is an Uma Musume girl, there really is one. But the actual horses are named after Salt. We're about 2 hours in. If this stage rolls us for some reason, let's take a break afterwards. I wanna bark and stunlock them. Snowballs. The stunlock strat was actually crazy. Ah! No, I'm being loved! Closest I'm aware of is Rice Shower. That's a cute name though. Hydrate stretch, thank you Isaac, thank you!
Christmas.
Happy Christmas! Yum. Hard pass due to gacha, oh yeah. I agree, I'm on the same spot as you. If they made a more narrative Uma Musume game, I might be tempted. Get her! Me when I get her. There was somebody there? You're just gonna give me a sprite of somebody who looks exactly the same as their surroundings? Excuse me? That's ridiculous. You see that up there? I don't have any lives left, so I better be careful. Kill you. Me when I kill you. Oh! Ambushed, honestly. I probably wouldn't play a game about horse girls unprompted regardless. That's fair. Oh, what if it's really good? I couldn't stand up! I couldn't stand up to throw the snowball! No! I have love and joy in my heart! Fish girl supremacy? Wah! Would you play a fish girl game? I saw reviews of this game that were like, it's great, it's incredible. I also saw reviews that were like, this is the worst game I've ever played in my life. And it seems like retro game reviews are always like that. You know what I mean? Oh! Who knew the cooldown would be so short? Okay, well that's fine, we have this room done. Let's go to the right. Is it identical on both sides? Where's Labubu-Loo-Hoo? That was stupid, forget I said that. isn't even funny anymore, Cheesecake! No! Please, move. They can't find me under here. Move along, little who. Absolutely, I play as a mermaid snake lady in Sunhaven. I don't know what Sunhaven is, but you know, live your life. I love that for you. More time! Very good. Do you know if Horton hears those whoos? Probably. Do you think Horton hears the Grinch is the question? Like, has he ever talked about the Grinch? The Grink? Buff cat boy supremacy? In what? Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky! Ooh, I'm so sneaky! Move along, little child. Oh! I didn't realize I was in the hitbox. Sunhaven's a farming sim game, a bit like Stardew Valley, but there's more magic and fantasy stuff. Like Snake Mermaids. I love that for you. Think you might like it? Whoa! Send it in the game suggestions section in my server if you would like to. Okay, we just have what's over on this left side. Ugh. And we'll be good. Oh boy. How are you supposed to do that? How do you do it? You just have to be quick enough? Oh, I have to do it all again. That's okay. I think I picked the angel race because it had healing magic. Ooh, I do like that. I think they were distracted for just a moment there while they were interacting. No! Why did I try to run through the gate? Okay, it's fine. There's elves with fairy wings? Wait, I love that. Is there fairies with elf wings? Ooh, I'm going to intentionally lose this last life so that I start with 3 lives again. Okay, okay. What you doing, little bird, Tomo? What's little Tomo bird doing? I can't believe it's only 6 p.m. It feels like it's total dark outside, aside from all the pretty Christmas lights. They were just chilling and I just pelted them. My friend has an OC with full-on animal legs and they described him as basically mermaid but with cat legs. I have an OC kind of like that. Big image. But they're a D&D character. My D&D character. Where's my latest art of them? Here's old art of them, actually, of her. It's our cat! This is old art of her, but that's okay. By the way, we've got an ad starting soon. She's got doggy legs. You got doggy legs. There's an ad starting shortly. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. I'll see you guys afterward. Unpause. Ah. Catfish. Load up. There we go. I got spinned legs and everyone loves them. Just got my art glove with polymer jacket. It seems to work well. Ooh, that's exciting, Cygnus. There we go. Yeah, get you. Well, up. I hate that you get immediately seen when you leave this little house. Ah! No! These controls. It's okay. It's alright. I have no lives left, so I'll have to figure out what I'm doing when I leave that house. Yum 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 yum. Me eating schnurbles. Okay. Now walk by. Ah! How did she see me? Ugh! Do I perhaps only have so much patience for this game? Got little who. These who's need to... I need to be getting these who's got more often. I need to be gotting more of these who's. Getting them. What? They were busy. I thought they were occupied. I thought they were talking to each other. I guess not. I guess that's not how it works. The game demands more patience than is reasonable. Yeah, but there's also a timer. There's a timer, so it's not like I can dilly-dally. Whoa. I need more schnurbles, I think. Give me those presents! Keep going, keep going, keep going! You see that freaky little face up in the corner when I'm spotted? Grinch isn't spotted. He doesn't have any spots. A Grinchy grin. Keep going. Don't turn around. Okay. Ah! Timepieces. What's going on over there? Are you good? Oh, I need to go on the other side still. Oh, there was things that I missed. Oh! Oh! Ooh. There's so much house. Where did they get all this house from? How do these who's how do these who's afford so much house? Okay, well I'm doing much better this run. Please. Little boy. Get out of my way. Ah. Huh. Did you? Easy. Okay. It's all about timing. Ah! I wish I could throw snowballs from a crouched position.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas! Thank you, Ayuyu. I needed that. Let's take a quick BRB. Let's take a BRB. We'll give it a good 10 minutes. You guys can watch the brine shrimps in the meantime. You guys can check the friggin', I don't know, check the panels. This game is testing my patience. I didn't realize Grinch game would be testing my patience so much. We got brine shrimp cam. That'll do. Hello, music. There we go. And perceive the shrimpies. And have a happy Christmas. I'm gonna get about 10 minutes. I'm gonna leave basketball running. Let's recharge. It's actually perfect because it makes you all grouchy just like the Grinch. I could never be grouchy. Not truly. That's not true. I get a little grouchy sometimes. A little grinchy grouchy. I don't get grinchy though. We'll be 10 minutes. Oh, I'm already starting to relax a little. I'm gonna have basketball going. We have a 10-minute timer. We're gonna run the 3-minute ad right before we come back so we get a full hour of immaculate ad-free grinching. Alright, I'll see you guys shortly. Bye! Well, Hello! Welcome back! Hi everyone! We've busted out the shrimp cam. We've busted out the shrimp cam again. How was your break? Mine was nice. I drank a lot of water, so now like... But I drank it too fast, you know? So I got some burps. I had a nice break. It was chill. It was relaxing. Tomo seems to be calmed down. That's really nice. The shrimp cam is in front of basketball. Basketball's over now. Shrimp cam is also in front of the Christmas tree, which I don't know how I feel about that, honestly. Perhaps we can move the shrimp cam somewhere. Perhaps we can move shrimp cam to the other side. Where are you? Where are you? Aha. Is this a bad place for it? Let me shrink it a little bit. Just shrink it down. Yeah, that'll do. I think that'll do. You guys think that's good? Is it too small? It's my shrimp tank. Right here. Right here. Anyway, we've had our lovely break. Now it's time to, stress out over this game again. It is fun. It is fun. It's really fun. But it tests my patience. It certainly tests my patience. Back to it. Back to it we go. Okay. Wow, I do feel so refreshed. I feel like a new cheese. A brand new cheese. Let's get some snowballs going. Some schnurbles. Sweet. I think that kid walked in a very good pattern. A very workable pattern. A snowball! Yay! Oh! I thought hitting him twice. I thought hitting him twice would do it. Now I know. Now I know that hitting him twice won't do it. Unlike, the bark stun lock. If they fail, then you do 10 push-ups per game over? I won't do that. The issue is, I can't do a single push-up. Saito, I have no arm strength. Was that child immune to Snowball? How'd that happen? Are snowball throwing children immune to snowballs? Wait, no she's not. 'Cause look. Anyway, we can get through this. This is no biggie. Watch out, little guy. This child evolves. It doesn't fear snow. Oh. Wow, I think that's my high score for how fast I've gotten a game over in this game so far. Ooh. Yeah, I think this map is difficult. Music sounded odd. There was only like one channel of the music going or something. Yeah, now it has... Now we've got the full audio. You guys were getting that too, right? We agree that half your body is completely out of the table? Right. Now look away. What? Little child saw me. Oh, I wasn't facing the right direction. Happy Christmas! Thank you, Cygnus. A sippy. And a stretch. With the timer ticking. Roll the shoulders. Very nice, very nice. And I haven't even breached the left side yet. Whoa! Oh, okay, so they're immune to the snowballs when they're surprised. Or like when they've caught me. Oh! What a jerk! Goodbye. Uh-huh. I liked the dog levels. I like the max levels better, I think. Because I could do the bark lock. I think I like them better because of that. Okay. Okay. I kind of have like a concept of the pathing at this point. For this map. Keep going. Oh, not that way. Like, cause with the barking I could get them to change their direction too. Whee! It's okay. I'm learning. With every game over, I'm learning. Right? Should I use hacks? Ooh, why are you going this way? That's crazy. You're crazy. Sweet, we got through this stage without losing any lives. I mean, don't let me speak too soon, I guess. No, I'm not doing push-ups. I can't even do one push-up. Sneak past you. Okay. No. We're good. I'm gonna learn it. No. I can't do push-ups. I don't have the upper arm strength for it. No! Oh! Stinky hitbox. Bad hitbox. Ooh, bad game. Ooh, bad game. Ooh, controls bad equals bad game. Ooh! It's okay. I still am. I'm having fun still, I promise. Right?
Happy Christmas.
Ugh. Happy Christmas. Thank you, Omelette. Thank you, Roy. No. Careful. Look at the little feetsies sticking out. Look at those little Grinch toes sticking out. Every time Cheesy gets a game over, Saito gives me $100 since we can just make up deals, right? Ugh, turn around, little man. No, no, wrong way, wrong way. I'm also out of snowballs. No, wait, I gotta remember that I have an attack even when I don't have snowballs. Okay, I have no lives left. Let's see. Let's see if I can make it through this. If not, honestly, well, I may just use the password to skip past this level. Okay, not bad, not bad. Yep, yep. Please leave. Move along. I like his funny little idle animation. The Grinch. Sweet. The Grinch. Mr. Grinch. Okay, now they're right up at the front. Well, a baby. We could get that time. Beware, a baby. Hopefully the kids of the game are apparently deaf and blind and don't hear or see this big creature next to them. I feel like it's more sensitive than I think. Okay, through the other way. Oh. Goodbye. Oh, there's that buxom maiden in the, in the, like, opening cutscene. There was some sort of buxom maiden who... Oh, she saw me. Whoa. Oh, police officer. I can't get by? Not without Schnurble. I gotta Schnurble him. Yeah, get you, get you, get you, me when I get you. Wow, didn't even see me. Don't turn around. That's incredible. I got to save my last Schnurble. I feel like the kids are trained to combat the Grinch with kindness and joy. Of course they are! Of course they are! Nope! Bye-bye! Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No, the timer's getting low. Oh, that guy didn't even see me. Oh, wait, I did it! That was the whole map! Oh, finally, at long last, I have vanquished this level. Oh boy. Oh boy. On to the next, huh? Jeez. Cheese and crackers. Happy children. No, my only weakness. I can't stand all of this joy and holiday spirit. Let's get some schnurbles. What is going on there? Oh! Oh, it's just a decoration, I guess. Huh? Huh? Okay. GG too easy. I was doing pretty good there for a sec. GG easy peasy. Just because the Grinch is throwing snowballs at police officers doesn't mean you should. However, just because the Grinch does anything doesn't mean it's bad. Can I throw a snowball over? I guess not. Oh yes, I can. I just have to be able to face that way. Do I have to sneak under there? Oh, yeah. I wish that was more apparent. Hey, what do I do? No, no, no. Begone, buxom maiden. Begone! No, I can't throw snowballs over that. Well, obviously I can't get past that boy. You may throw snowballs at a police officer only if they are actively participating in a snowball fight. Yeah, however you want to define snowball fight is up to you. Bye! I don't know how I'm supposed to get the other ones over there. Oh. I want to go into the right side door. I guess I don't. No, I see. I see how it is. No, don't hug me. I hate hugs. Doesn't it count as assaulting a police officer in the middle of his work? I guess so. Yeah, sure, whatever. Oh, a door. What's that thing in the center? It's probably some obstruction. Begone, buxom maiden. Oh. Yeah, get out of here, little child. Little child, baby. Okay, how do I get those ones? Oh. I think the buxom maiden wasn't even gonna chase me. Oh. Well, I'm probably not gonna get all of it now. I'll just get what I can in the time that I have. Ah, I see. Can I climb under there? Nope. Oh, bubble blow him. Oh, there's like one present left in here, so I'm gonna have to go back in here. That's okay. Oh! Salt officer. No, it's snow, not salt. Oh, careful. The adults are like scared of the Grinch, but the children are like, they want to go hug. They want to go give huggy. Bye. Even the officer fights you with love. He forgot his weapon in the car. No, they shoot at you with like ice guns that freeze you, which is honestly some crazy technology. Please. I'm going to run out of time. With your leisurely strolling. Is everything on the right side? Whoa. Don't forget the baton. Cheer. Yeah, exactly. Excuse me, who? Okay, I'm just making sure everything on this right side is... right, yeah, I was confused. How to even get by. Oh, I see! You can make it move by doing that. Okay, rad. Oh, I was out of snowballs. Don't forget the booty. Well, I have to do it all from the beginning anyway. I don't think there's cars in Whoville. Let's go to the left side first. Let's gather up schnurbles. Move along. Okay. Okay, proceed that way. Oh, they're having a little snow fight over there. Little snowball fight. Scare the buxom maiden. She's like, oh my god! And then freeze her. Get schnurbles so I can get past that kid, but I had to scare the buxom maiden so that that kid would move. Otherwise he wouldn't. No, 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 I was trying to crawl. I was trying to crawl to get out of there. Ooh, now I have no lives left. Okay. I guess 1 life left. We can get through it. Let's get our schnurbles. I bet you speedruns of this game take advantage of the whole, like, that whole mechanic of... Ooh, careful. Oh, this is interesting. The whole mechanic of, there we go! The mechanic of, like, going faster. Oh. Well, I got those. Well, I got a game over, though. But I figured out how to do it. That's the important part. But that mechanic of, like, running faster when you, get scared, I feel like a proper speedrun of this game would be crazy. Okay. Let's go from the right through to the left. Start furthest to the right, move through to the left. Hello, lady. Perceive me. Get you? Eat these children? What? You weren't supposed to do that! That's not what you did last time! Okay. I see. I guess it doesn't really matter if that kid sees me, because he has to chase after me anyway. Hehe, hello. Hello, lady. I scare you. Woo! Okay. Now what? Goodbye. Yay! I have to go in this house. Let's get more snow first. I guess this game is... It's starting to feel more interesting. Excuse me. What? The little boy didn't get scared. Or the little boy didn't start running. Blah! Blah, 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 blah. Blah. There you go. Me when I scare you. Ah! Ah! Okay. I'm getting better. I'm getting further, exploring more things every time. Oh man, what a game. I think I may actually be beginning to appreciate it. It's a Christmas miracle. Don't turn around. Up through here. Scared a lady. Back, I forgot you were live. Wouldn't have been reading the censored word list on Bulbapedia had I remembered. Hawk Tuah is banned on the Switch, you know? I guess it makes sense. I'm gonna intentionally die. I'm inting. I still think it's funny that you can't name a Cofagrigus. Or any Pokemon for that matter. At least in the DS games. You can now name any Pokemon Cofagrigus. Okay, rad. It's still funny. As long as it's exactly like that. Case sensitive, wow. Oh, the incinerator! Incredible, Saito. That's so much pixie dust and you just burned it! It's gone! You've burned it to a crisp! Oh! Careful, Cheesecake! I end up, like, spooking myself when one of the kids gets spooked. You can't do online battles with a Pokemon whose name is the name of a different Pokemon? No, see, the word Cofagrigus has a slur in it. And the, name filtering in Pokemon Black and White, would block Pokemon that were nicknamed Cofagrigus. I feel like I read that somewhere. Really? Oh, it might have something to do with, like, deception. Deceptions and trickeries. Ooh, okay. Ah, wait. Sometimes the most random words are slurs, I mean... Oh, if you nicknamed a Cofagrigus Ponyta? Maybe. Okay, rad. Don't tell me I can- okay, I can't. This is good. This is very good. Okay, into this house. We're doing pretty great. This is a good run so far. It didn't have the effect I was hoping for. I was hoping to make you play blind for a moment. Huh? What are you talking about?
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas. Thank you, Ayuyu. Uh-huh. Relocate yourself, boy. Little who child. Move! Yay! Sweet! We have finally, at last, cleared the entire left side. Oh, no! But that's okay, because we don't have to go there anymore. I tried to name my Kangaskhan Big Mom. GM. I don't know, it's probably like something in a different language. It has some sort of meaning in a different region, and it's restricting you because of that. Excuse me, little creature. Excuse me, little creature. Oh, I go. Can't say good morning. No game masters allowed. Woo! Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Oh, we're okay. I still have to get that one though. Let me go get more snow. Can I? Shouldn't be an issue. Okay, we just gotta go up there. Yay! Whew! What a rush. What a thrill. Please move faster. A key part of this game is hiding from children is hilarious to me. Yeah, it's great. Okay, we'll just go the other way. They have too much joy and holiday cheer. Little Grinch man can't take it. Okay, I have to do this in this, like, I have to do this without dying, pretty much. Woo! Or else I have to start it all over again, which would be okay, theoretically. Usually a streamer has two screens, one with the stream preview and one with the actual game window. Yeah. So you'd only block the screen on the preview screen? Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, I'm using my point. So the pixie dust, oh, the pixie dust burning puts itself on top of the screen. I see. Yeah, I have two monitors. So you see how, like, often I can look over here. I'll be talking and I look over here. That's me looking at my screen, looking at my VTuber model. I look here. That's me looking at chat. This is the angle that I look at chat. And I look over here, this is me looking at the game. Or like a second screen for whatever purpose. Trying to use the alerts to block the way. Sometimes there's rare cases where I'll use the stream preview actually instead of the second screen. Like in the case of Insane Aquarium. I did that with Insane Aquarium because that game super old and the only way I could have the screen not be really tiny, was by looking at the stream preview. I do that for Switch and Wii games? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Really eeny. I like the word eeny. So eeny tiny. Yep, move along. Sweet, now whatever's in that other house. Oh. Careful. This should be it. Oh, there's a lot here. But I have 23 time units to do it. I want this child to move. That's not a great place for that child to have moved. It's okay. Snowball! Huh? Dude. Did I not get them all? Wait! What did I miss? Where did I miss? Huh? Oh no, this is my last life! Oh no 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 no! Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? Where did I miss it? What did I miss? Wait! You know what I missed? I think I missed the entire house in like the center. Okay. We can do this. Setting up a game window for those is a little extra effort I don't usually need, yeah. Yay! No, 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 I did go through the house. I don't know what I missed. I have no idea. We'll try it again. We'll try it again. Hello, Buxom Maiden. That's the Buxom Maiden model. Who? In this game. That's the official name that I've decided now. We'll get that on the way back. Wait, did I forget to go in that little room? Huh. What a loser. Sweet. Perfect. Owie. We're good. Yeah, I think maybe last time I forgot to go through here. I think that was probably the issue. Yeah, and then knock into each other. Sweet. Beautiful. Incredible execution. I executed them. Oh, that's okay. I don't need to go on this side anymore anyway. Up we go. Patiently wait for this who and this little who. Is a small who like an owlet? Whoops. More schnurble. One up here. Oh. Ooh! A small dry who is therefore a towelette. Ooh, that one was kind of close. Ah, man. This level is starting to test my patience. However, I am learning this level a little better. Okay, Just go to this side. Oh! No way! Why did you go that way? Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! Me crying so freaking loud. Boo-hoo! Ah. Boo-hoo. I can get all that later. Off I go! Hello, lady. Hello, lady. No way. And he stands right back there? Hello, lady. I just got bad RNG there. Not again! Not the double bad RNG. Please, lady, notice me. Please. We need to scare that small child. Yay! Ooh, that was clean. Woo! Off we go. That's clear. What? No, 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 I totally had that kid. Ugh. I think I am losing patience for this game. Okay, this will be my last good try until, I hit the, Why are you stealing their gifts? You're the Grinch. I'm the Grinch. Because I'm a mean one. We were pummeling that kid with a snowball bat and everything. Yeah. Uh-oh, how do I get out of this? I guess I could have gone just then. Oh, that sounds like me driving. I guess I could have gone. I guess I should have gone then. Bye! Does anybody else hate driving? I hate driving! It sucks and I hate it. And it's bothersome. And I don't like doing it. No! I'm okay. I cannot let these beautiful little whoos enjoy Christmas. How dare they? Who do they think they are? Why is this map so big? I hate driving enough to never finish my lessons. You're so real for that, IUU. Me walking to my folks' place this Christmas. I have to manifest Grinch right now. I have to manifest Grinch right now, otherwise I'll stop playing this game. Wait, did I already get all this? Yeah, I already got all that. I have to manifest Grinch, otherwise I'll be a sad, grumpy cheesecake. Nobody wants a sad, grumpy cheesecake. No, I think I'm actively turning into the Grinch. I'm Grinchificating. This game is Grinchifying me for real. I have no lives left. I don't know how well I'm gonna do this on this. Because I have to do the house and the whole left side. Ugh. Immersion 10 out of 10. Yeah, I'm Crystal Grinch Cake. It's true. Who has the Folly Night Grinch emote made it to Twitch yet? Or is it just on Discord? Does anybody have a Folly Night 3D sub? Yeah, get you. Merry Christmas. Just on Discord? That's fair. You guys know who I like? The Tricksters of the Trade. They're funny. They're funny and delightful. Okay. Wow! I survived! Now let's do the entire left side on this, this one life. Wait! You know what I can do? Emulation... No. File. Save state. Save state. Save state! Oh, you're also delightful. Save state will help us. Save's coming to the rescue! Exactly. It's for my sanity. If I was playing this on my own, maybe I wouldn't do it. Oh! Oh! That could have been it. That could have been it, guys, if not for my save state. Just on Discord? That's fair. I'll allow it. Thank you, IUU. Thank you. Where are you going? Keep going. Get out of here. No. We're okay. I am running low on time, but that's okay. Yeah, like non-sequential patrols. You think I can do this? With 16 time units left? Otherwise, I'm not making it. Oh! Save states! Save states! Load! Quick load! Ugh. I can do it. Yeah, it's like nothing ever happened. It's like nothing ever happened. It's all good. It's all fine. I can do this. I don't think that was all of them. Are you sure? No! Save state, save state, save state, and don't get impatient. It's a patience game. You like 60% sure? Really? I feel like I did all the whole right side and the house. Why are you there? How are you there? Oh, I see. Okay, well... we can do this. It's so slapstick. Okay, that might be all of them. Technically, I don't need to get the timepieces. Woo! That was nice. That was nice cheesecake. But I'm not trying to be nice this Christmas. I'm Grinching out. This game has turned to be evil. Oh. This is gonna be all of them. I swear to the heavens. I swear to the gods and spirits, this'll be it. Please go. Please go. No, no, no! We're beating this game. We're gonna beat this game. We're gonna at least beat this level. I need to beat this level. We're beating this level. Whoa. Like, it's different from, like, the Jump King stream, where I expected to lose my sanity. Yeah, I transformed into cheesesteak. It's different from Jump King, where I expected to lose my sanity. And I expected it to absolutely kill my soul and my heart. Get out of here, I'm not even playing around anymore, little dude. No! No! Leave me alone! I'm gonna run out of time. But this is just this goofy little Grinch game. Goofy little tie-in, movie tie-in game. No! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I can do it. I swear on everything that is evil and unseelie. Which doesn't necessarily mean the same thing. But I swear on everything that is evil and unseelie that I will destroy all of these. I mean, I'm not gonna destroy the children. I'm just gonna destroy Christmas for the children. I'm gonna destroy their Christmas spirit. Careful. Don't turn around. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Please move. Please move. I can't believe this is... This game is getting me so worked up. Why aren't you moving? I only have so much time, you stupid little girl. No, 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 please. Oh, Mode. Hi, Mode. Oh. Happy birthday. I'm gonna freak out. You're subscribed to me. Yay! Thank you, Mo Shrimp. How you doing, friend? The celebrations are now over and I'm just relaxing. This game is tearing me apart. Pets. Here, I have to go get them. There. This game is tearing me apart. 1 whole year! Oh yeah! 12 months! That's delightful! Thank you, friend! Yay! Vaguely heart-shaped hand. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Christmas is over. Christmas. The Who's. Christmas Who's. Who. We're doing it. I made a save state for this, which means we're doing it. I will destroy the children. No, I'm not gonna destroy the children. No, I'm getting impatient. I'm getting impatient. Not just the Who men, the Who women, and the Who children. Exactly. Okay, there's certain parts that I can just run through. There's certain parts that I can't. Ugh. I crouched. Why did I crouch? No, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. I can do it. Oh, big ol' hootenanny. That's really silly, actually, at you. A hootenanny. Okay, now wait for the little girl to move forward so I can pelt her. Okay. Let's get... We're loaded up on snowballs. I live for the silly. You sure do. That's what I love about you, Ayuyu. You're so incredibly silly. Whew. We're good? Which way are you going? Up? Good? Which way are you going? I don't like that you went that direction. And I also don't like that you stopped. Snurble. Oh. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. No, little girl, I only have so much time. Oh. The other room. I'm not gonna have enough time, am I? Ooh. No, 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 no! That was literally the last one! No, 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 no. That was literally the last one. Ugh. That was literally the last one. It said there were 3 left? It says that somewhere? Okay. We're gonna restart from the beginning of the level. Readjust ourselves. Yeah, where are the mackerel? Where are the others? I must have missed some at some point. Try again. We're gonna restart from the beginning this time. Oh, I see that left button, left indicator. Excuse me. Under the time, it tells you how many things you have left to seal. I see. I'm locked in now. Oh! I imagine he would have run out of breath by that point. Okay, that's okay. We're fine, we still have more lives left. And I got all the ones that were there, I just have to go in the little house. The little Who house. I need snowballs, actually. Little Who house. This'll do. That's fine. Whew! Whew. I feel like I just barely scraped by there, though. Alright, nice and swift. We'll be just fine. Yay! People playing this game! Hi! Welcome in, Bunny Beely! It's nice to meet you! Oh. This seemed to be the only... Okay. Alright, lady. She's not standing somewhere that I can throw a snowball at her. Yeah, Bunny Beely. Also, you're a bunny. I like that. This game is making me tear my hair out, honestly. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's kind of difficult. No! I'll be okay. I don't think my heart can take anymore. I can't be cheesesteak anymore. I've run out of hatred. I'm a good cookie again. I've run out of hatred. I think the Who's are delightful. And I hope they have a beautiful Christmas. It's hard, but I think it's well made, and wild how much effort was put in the game. I agree with you. I appreciate the game. I am struggling with it emotionally. You're right, it is like unreasonably good. The hatred going away might have been because of me! A magical boy, you're so right. I straight up wasn't looking at the screen when I was doing that. Okay. This is going to be our last full try of the game. of this level. Our last full try of this level, like, I swear, once, what am I doing? What is this path thing? I'm gonna start from the right side. You know what? This time we'll start from the left side, see if our luck turns out any better. Not only is this a licensed game that realistically only had 3 months to sell, the Game Boy Advance came out the following June. I think it's really odd that this game uses passwords. No, little boy. I won't take this attitude from you. Hi, Core, welcome in! Move along. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Merry Christmas from someone in GMT to anyone who celebrated. Yay! Merry Christmas to you, Core. Keep moving. Oh, that little child is so slow. I won't have any more of it. Hey, thank you for following. Happy Christmas. No, no, no. No, no. Happy Christmas. Can't just throw ice at the who? Oh, whoops! Look at it! Oopsie! Oopsie, I did that! Oh well, we got a game over! We got a game over again. How about we go ahead and see what Scene 4 is about? I want to see what Scene 4 is like. Do you guys want to go skip the level? Okay, I'm gonna run a poll. New poll. What do? Persevere. Beat the level. Or skip the level. Tee. Or story time. The 5 minute vote. Let me know what you guys want to do. Oh man. Hi Bunny Beely, it's lovely to meet you. Sorry I've been a little worked up. About this game. But it's lovely to meet you. Feel free to introduce yourself if you like. We love meeting new people. Yeah, after we're done playing the game, we're probably not gonna beat it. We're not even halfway through the game at this point, but in a little bit, once we're satisfied with the game, for now at least, we're gonna do story time. We're gonna bring up the Grinch game, or the Grinch book, and we're gonna read it together. I'm gonna read it to you guys. But if you would like to dictate, if anybody would like to dictate what we do right now, get in that poll, answer the poll. Right now it looks like we've got 2 votes to skip the level, 1 vote to persevere, beat the level. Which I think we're theoretically capable of. Jeezy's usually lovelier than this, if you can believe it. Oh, you're so sweet, Ayuyu. You're so sweet. Alright, another vote to skip the level. I like to see it. Story time. Wow. It's a licensed game that realistically only had 3 months to sell. The GBA came out the following June. Yeah. I'm usually sweeter than this, if you can believe it. You are sweet, Ayuyu. You're super sweet. It seems like skipping the level has a lot of votes. That is to say, we're very interested in the game, but this level's holding us up. right? Is that the general opinion? Well, while we wait for this poll, how's you guys' Christmas Eve going? I wonder what I'll have for dinner tonight. Like, we don't have a special Christmas Eve dinner planned or anything. We have Christmas dinner planned tomorrow night. So I'm looking forward to that. I want to see the weird level. Yeah, there's like go-karts level, which is a really odd thing to put in a stealth game. Oh, yours finished 40 minutes ago. Right. Same time zone as core. I am in a nicer mood. Just stepping away and taking a little bit of a break has been super nice. Yeah, let me fix my hand tracking. Is this good? Yeah. Just stepping away has been really nice. I feel like I had to put my hand up really high in order for it to track. Some studio person requested the Grinch car. It was all over the merchandise. The movie doesn't have go-karting, does it? There's no go-karting in the movie, is there? Why? Maybe like a trailer for the McDonald's toy had a remote-controlled car. Interesting. Maybe like my theory is that oh no, but he steals the car from Tiny Who's. Ah, I see. My theory is that maybe there was a like previous the developers were making something else, something like that wasn't Metal Gear Ghost Babel, but was in this like a similar like same engine or similar like function. What? Votes running out, and it used the car, but then they were like, okay, Konami, time to do Grinch. It's got to be done real quick. And then they suddenly had to turn it into a Grinch game. That's my theory. That's my theory. What? The vote is through. We're skipping the level. We're skipping the level. And we get a Christmas cracker joke because I said so. Doctor, I'm scared of Father Christmas. You're suffering from claustrophobia. I was originally going to get a Fast and Furious game. Yeah. What do you call Rudolph with tinsel in his ears? Anything you want, he can't hear you. Okay. Yeah, scene 1 was the first Grinch scene. Scene 2 was the next Max. Was the Max scene. Whoa. Funny how the world works. Yeah, wow. You blew it. This is it, right? It's scene 3 that I'd be going to, right? Wait, does it say which scene it is when I go here? Ah, scene 3. Okay, so we'd be starting scene 4. Let us reset. According to Moby Games, this was many people's only game? Really? Huh. I mean, I definitely could see myself playing a lot of this as a kid. You know? Little bird's very cute. Password. I played it a lot as a kid. Yeah, very good. Let's go 4 X 0 2 plus Oh, overlapping music is freaking me out. Plus 7, 4, plus 8. 0 2 mention. Okay. Wow, can you guys believe we made it all the way to scene 4-1? Isn't that incredible? What's up, Tomo? Yeah, there it is. There's the car level. Okay. We have to tend to the bird real quick. We must tend to the Tomo. Wow, we're running out of millet, huh? At least this bag of millet. We have more, though. Onto the ground. You ready? There you go. Right here, Tomo. Go for it. Yeah, Chirper. He is a little Chirper. Whoa, what are my hands doing? We enter this password and end up in Kirby 64. Okay. How are the... Ah, so I... Hold... Okay. Hold this button. The arrow keys are only... Sorry, the D-pad on this physical hardware that I'm... Can they give me, like, some space to figure out the controls? No! Okay. The D-pad is only used for changing direction. They're not giving me any space to figure out the controls. Okay. You know, this track is kind of jamming. But one of the buttons lets me throw something? But I can't throw it anymore. Is that a Pac-Man with acceleration? Kinda. This... I was about to say something very mean about this. It's strange. It's strange, and I don't know if I can get accustomed to it. What determines how many bombs I have? Can I go up this way? Yes, I can. Yeah, the review said that this mechanic is very strange for a stealth game. Which I agree. Aw, look at that little guy. Oh, my car busted. Can you imagine a no continue clear of this game? I love the pixel. Yeah, the sprites are incredible. The sprites are very good. Very good, very nice. How do you get the projectiles? No, 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 no. It's Stealth Pac-Man in a car. Oh, hi, Fushi. Shrimp, yes, I've got my shrimp cam out. I don't know if I can play this level, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think those egg things you pick up are projectiles. I only came for the shrimp. Well, I'm glad that they're here for you then. I'm giving it a try though. It's a stealth level where you have less control. True. That is definitely true. No. I don't like having less control. And I still have to collect everything, even though I can barely move, and I'm still on a timer. Ugh. This game was harder to control anyway. This game was kind of hard to. I gotta be nice. I gotta be nice. I'd like to be nice about this game. I'm giving it as good a try as I can muster. You can still be nice and mention things you don't like. That's true. However, I don't know how to put it. It's not just that I don't like it. It's that I'm bad at it. I'm bad at it because it's weird and difficult. Like, it's a me issue, but it's also an issue of the game. Why would you put go-karts in a stealth game? You've been really good about praising the game's art and such? I mean, yeah, the game does have really good art. For sillies? I almost feel like I would rather try to beat that last level than try to play this nonsense. Like, how do you stealth? How are you supposed to stealth this level if you have so little control over what you're doing? It kind of presents the Sonic the Hedgehog problem, where you want to go fast, but the game makes it difficult to go fast. Maybe this is a bit too silly. I didn't think I'd ever hear that from you, IUU. Too silly? I see why there's no speedrun community for this game. Ooh! Why would you do that? Why would you sneak up on me like that? I'm supposed to be sneaking. In my car. And when I lose a life, the projectiles don't carry over. Silly is an art. That's true. And art is supposed to make you feel things. This game is making me feel things. Good art makes you feel things. Oh no, all the presents are there again. Wait, why am I doing better? Get out of here. No, that way. Alright, this is a car driving game, not a stealth game. Crash collision. We've now discovered aggression is the way. It's just like Mandalorian. This is the way. Let me get this egg. This stage also might be a little easier if it wasn't on a grid. Ugh. Not enough eggs. Hi, Beanie. This game is testing me. Did I pass? Nyong. Wait, I kind of killed that room. Are we being Virtual Boy Wario landed? No, cause you see, Beanie, this game is supposed to be like Stealth Pac-Man, but in the middle of the game they've thrown in this weird go-kart mechanic. Which I guess... I don't know, I'm at least figuring out a way to have fun with it. Stealth Pac-Man actually sounds kind of rad. Yeah, the other levels were more enjoyable. The Grinch. Where am I missing? Is it in here? Oh! No! I was literally 2 presents. There's literally 2 presents left. Boo-hoo! Oh. I almost had it. Let's try. Let's bring out our inner oh. The Grinky. The Grinky. Egg. Wish you wanted me to dig through my stocking stuffers when we got home, and he got me Cyber World Mega Bowl. Oh, that's sick. That's pretty rad. Sometimes car go too fast. It's just like racing games, I guess. You're not supposed to lay on the acceleration the whole time. Do you have pictures, Beanie? Are you going to post them in my Discord server or DM them to me? The Grinky? We still have to watch Cyberworld. I'm messing with it right now. Yay! Oy! Egg. I wonder, did the eggs respawn? Hey! Whoa, that hitbox was weird. Excuse me. Oh. Wait, no. No, I'm starting to have fun. This is impossible. Ugh, I won't allow it. I'm not having fun. No, it can't be. I can't go that way. Ugh. You see that part? That part right there? That part right there with the sprite that's 2 spaces tall? The sprite that's 2 spaces tall, but you can go over the top space for some reason? What's that hitbox? Woo! Clean. Do I go? Ooh, that's not what I meant to do. That's okay. You know, it's kind of fun because, like this, you can get them to chase you around. Oh! Grinch card is the fun mode? I regret to inform you that I am enjoying this suddenly. No! Like, maybe I just had to accept it, I guess? Get used to the controls, maybe? Ooh! Green card. Up. Because I can actually outrun them in this one. Whoa! That quick egg. I need to take a break. 4 hours of Grinch game? I'm doing good. I'm having a great time. I hated this mode and now I'm starting to really like it. Now that I'm sort of getting used to it. Just gotta slow down sometimes. There's a time to there's a time to slow down and a time to be fast. What? I threw the egg! No, I cornered myself. Did you know? Hi! Alex Songkar, welcome in! Did you know that in non-Rotic accents, New Orleans, New York City, Boston, Standard British, Australian, and New Zealand, na and nor sound the same? I think I did know that, but I do love linguistics facts. I do love linguistics facts. Oh, hey! Mo, thank you for the Ko-fi membership. I realized it probably just like rolled over just now, but did I not get any of them before? Okay, we got all of this area. We gotta go on the right.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas! Thank you, Letro. Happy. Ooh, that's not where I intended to turn. Yeah, it's the controls being. These dummies. Oh. I would never crash into another car. No, I do love it in linguistics facts. No! I did the same thing I did before. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish this. This stage. Oh! Not what I meant to do. Excuse me. Not... Eee! Oh, go, go, go. Do Do body and body? Body? Sound exactly the same to you? In my accent they do. Body? I don't know what that word means. Body? Leaving early without finishing, more like Crystal Cheese Flake. No, I'm not a flake, I'm just a Grinch in a cart. Despite all my fart, I am still just a Grinch in a cart. I feel like I can probably do this. Just noom by before anyone realizes. That's my strat. Whoops. Oh! Ooh! Clever. Hey, there's an ad starting in just a moment. I appreciate you guys sticking around through the ad. Thank you! Oh, I didn't have any eggs. I tried to throw an egg, but there was none. There was no egg. I was like the elf from Lord of the... What? How was I supposed to know that it was... This game is crazy. Let's skip past the cart level. Let's see what scene 5 has for us. Oh, man. I had to rage quit. There's an ad starting shortly. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. I'll see you afterwards. Okay. Yes. Let us perceive scene 5-1. Skip through half the game, just play little bits and pieces, huh? We won't be getting to the ending. That's for sure. I think we'll mess around with scene 5-1. And then we'll get to story time. We'll have a little break, then we'll get to story time. And I'll repeat that after the ad's over. I'd love to watch you play Toy Story 2 for the Game Boy Color. What kind of game is it? Is it a platformer? This song's kind of nice. We got Max 4. A platformer where you play as Buzz. There's so many tie-in games that are platformers. I kind of just like instantly discount them. Even though some of the old ones are really good. Max 4. 6. It was one of those, I played it religiously as a child, but not because it was good, it was just the only game I owned. Yeah, I have a lot of twisted nostalgia for it. Max 4, 6. Oh. 6. Plus. 8. Cindy Lou Who. 9. GBA Fantastic Four movie game. Whoa! I pressed the B button instead of the A button. Oh, I gotta do it again. Max 4 6 Oh 6 plus 8 Cindy Lou Who 9 A button. Yeah! I had a SpongeBob game on Game Boy Advance that I liked. Oh, another Max max level. I like the max levels. And not just because doggy. Oh, so nice, so nice. Okay, what's in the house? Oh, right. The weird thing about this one is that, puppy. It's true. The weird thing about this one is like it got the ice levels. Bye! It's puppy time. I remember having a paper somewhere with the passwords of all the levels of a Power Ranger game on GBA. Oh, yeah. Back before keyboards, game systems had keyboards. I retrieved my childhood NES. The only games left to play were Mario 2 and Ultima Exodus. I don't know Ultima Exodus. Oh. How do I get past there? Do I jump? Ooh, careful. Oh. I would be lying, guys, if I said that I wanted to figure out how the ice works. I watched a little bit of playthrough. Oh, let's go here. Mark! And the person doing the playthrough was like jumping and turning on the ice. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Do you guys like looking at the NORAD Santa tracker? Because I find it very fun and I'm totally an adult. I forgot about that, Electro! Let's see. Ultima Exodus is the NES port of the PC game Ultima 3, which I also owned with a cool cloth map. Ooh, that's fun. It's fun. Wait a second. I just had to make sure this wasn't gonna, like, you're here. This is where you live. Let me look where I live and make sure it's not saying that. Okay, it doesn't look like it is. Santa's in this country. Suriname. Wow, he's going fast actually. Look at him go. Yum. Hey buddy. Doing the rounds? Whoa, look at the eyes on those reindeer. And Rudolph. Very important, very essential to have the red nose. It says Santa is now at Cheesecake's house. Oh, sorry, there's a knock on the door. I'll be right back. Santa knocks on the door to deliver the presents. Yeah, did you guys make and set out cookies? Did you put granola on your roof or whatever? Well, he'll be in Brazil in 2 minutes, so if you want to catch him, you better be quick. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can do it. But part of me also doesn't feel like it. I may be burning out on this game. if you would believe it. I do like the funny stance the Dobermans end up in when you bark at them. Bark, bark. Bark, bark. Oh. Bark, bark. Yes, Tomo is also barking. Oh, yes, Tomo. You need something, little bird? You need something, Tomo bird? He's chilling. Ooh. Okay, yeah, once I get tired of this ice level, we're gonna take a little break. Ooh. We're gonna take a little break and get back to story time. And get to story time. Oh no! Oh no, I accidentally closed it! Oh, that's crazy! Yes, I've burnt out on it. I no longer feel like figuring out the challenges. It is pretty fun though. I would probably revisit it, given the time. Oops! I would probably revisit it, maybe on my own time. Maybe if I had... If I wanted to do another Christmas stream this year, maybe revisit it next year. Practice throughout the year, go through the gauntlet for the Ultimate Grinch Championships of 2026 on December 24th, 2026. I don't know, maybe we'll do something like that. Somebody remind me. Unless everybody forgets, then maybe it's okay. Okay. Yes, we're gonna have our little BRB. I'm going to be out for 10 minutes. 10 minutes once again. And when we get back, it's story time. It's story time. We're gonna read the Grinch book. The original Dr. Seuss Grinch book with pictures. You could be the Grinch World Champion by this time next year. Yeah, maybe I'll hit the speed run. Hit the speed run charts. Let's make the Tomo cam a little, or the shrimp cam a little bigger. There we go. Okay. Yes, indeed. We'll be back. I'll leave basketball running, of course. You can scroll down, check out my panels. You can go outside and look at the Christmas lights. You can look at the stars. You can look at the overcast sky. You can look at my Be Right Back screen and watch the snow gently fall. Or you can play some b-ball. Some Christmas b-ball. I'll be right back, guys. Bye!
Fire! Fire!
Hi guys. Hi. I decided that we would do another we would find another Christmas cracker joke. We'd do another Christmas cracker joke right when we came back. So I looked at them and I found one that actually made me crack up. How long are an elf's legs? Just long enough to reach the ground. That's so stupid. That one's like stupid and actually great. It's grouped. Just long enough to reach the ground. Okay, there we go. There we go. Wow! Are you guys chill with this music? Can we just continue to have it playing through the whole story time? It's really nice, but I worry that I've overplayed it for this stream. What do you think? What do you think? Should I change it? I'd have to find something to change it to. Maybe there's a nice Animal Crossing winter track. My Xbox Series X is alive and I thought it was dead. It's a Christmas miracle. So beautiful. Let's see. Slowed plus reverb? Get it out of here. The music is just fine as it is. 5 a.m. snow. Animal Crossing. Too pleasant. From New Leaf? Sure. Let's see. This is nice. This is nice. Now that's music. That's doggy. That's doggy noise. How's the sound on that? It's supposed to be gentle. It's supposed to be gentle and subtle. Ugh, it's so nostalgic. I love New Leaf. Animal Crossing New Leaf. Should we get... Ooh, let's get some ambiance going to some fireplace ambiance. Are you gonna sing the songs? Unfortunately, there's no songs in this book. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. No songs in book, unfortunately. Not this one. Fireplace ambience. Yeah. No rain. Burning fireplace and crackling fire sounds for 12 hours? Oh my goodness, guys, we have to stream for 12 hours now. Now isn't that cozy? How sweet. How sweet. A little subtler. Yeah. It's perfect. This is perfect. Are you guys ready? Well, I may have thought the bunny in the aquarium was a snake. It's not a snaquarium. Yeah, that little bunny, whose name is Bunny, by the way, with a capital B, is actually like a little ceramic chopstick holder. Isn't that cute? What's 2 a.m. snowy? It's not an aquarium, but fishes are flying. It's not a snaquarium. 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 I don't know. It is an aquarium. It is an aquarium. It's a brine shrimp tank. They're little brine shrimps, little sea monkeys. 3 a.m.? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this one's gonna be on loop. This one's on loop. Okay. One more Christmas cracker joke before we start. What does Elsa put in Olaf's stocking for Christmas? A lump of cold. Yeah, that's a good one to get us into the Grinchy spirit. You ready? It's story time. We're gonna read How the Grinch Stole Christmas. I like doing story time. I love it. Do you guys have your, you know, a warm cocoa? You're all settled in and cozy? Let me have my sippy, and then we shall begin. Okay? Warm cat on your lap, that's a nice way to do it. That's a nice way to be. Okay. How the Grinch Stole Christmas by Dr. Seuss. Look at that, he became such a little guy. He looks so small. Oh, we're gonna be enjoying the illustrations too, aren't we? For Teddy Owens, I wonder who that is. Is it that little tiny creature? He is in a snowflake. Ah. Every Who down in Whoville liked Christmas a lot. But the Grinch, who lived just north of Whoville, did not. The Grinch hated Christmas the whole Christmas season. Now please don't ask why, no one quite knows the reason. It could be his head wasn't screwed on just right. It could be perhaps that his shoes were too tight. But I think that the most likely reason of all may have been that his heart was 2 sizes too small. Oh, it was his great nephew. Aw, that's really sweet. His heart was 2 sizes too small. But whatever the reason, his heart or his shoes, he stood there on Christmas Eve hating the Whos, staring down from his cave with a sour, Grinchy frown. And at the warm lighted windows below in their town. For he knew every Who down in Whoville beneath was busy right now, hanging a mistletoe wreath. And they're hanging their stockings, he snarled with a sneer. Tomorrow is Christmas, it's practically here. That's true. Then he growled with his Grinch fingers nervously drumming. I must find some way to stop Christmas from coming. For tomorrow he knew. Roy! Excuse me, I don't know what came over me. Thank you for the redeem, Roy. All the Who girls and boys would wake bright and early. They'd rush for their toys, and then, oh the noise, 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 noise. That's the one thing he hated, the noise, 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 noise. Ah, look at us go. Thank you, Cygnus. Then the Who's, young and old, would sit down to a feast. And they'd feast, and they'd feast, and they'd feast, 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 feast. They would feast on Who pudding and rare Who roast beast, which was something the Grinch couldn't stand in the least. You guys having roast beast this year? And then they'd do something he liked least of all. Every Who down in Whoville, the tall and the small, would stand close together, with Christmas bells ringing. They'd stand hand in hand, and the Whos would start singing. They'd sing, and they'd sing, and they'd sing, 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 sing. And the more the Grinch thought of this Who Christmas sing, the more the Grinch thought, I must stop this whole thing. Why, for 53 years I've put up with it now. I must stop this Christmas from coming. But how? Feast, feast, bass drops. Is the Grinch canonically 53? He's canonically 53 years old? Then he got an idea, an awful idea. The Grinch got a wonderful, awful idea. I know just what to do, the Grinch laughed in his throat, and he made a quick Santa Claus hat and coat. And he chuckled and clucked, "What a great Grinchy trick! With this coat and this hat, I look just like Saint Nick." Oh, that was Dr. Seuss's age when he wrote it. Oh, wow. How come you guys got all the Seuss facts? "All I need is a reindeer," the Grinch looked around. But since reindeer are scarce, there was none to be found. Did that stop the old Grinch? No, the Grinch simply said, "If I can't find a reindeer, I'll make one instead." So he called his dog Max, then he took some red thread, and he tied a big horn on the top of his head. Then he loaded some bags and some old empty sacks on a ramshackle sleigh, and he hitched up old Max. Then the Grinch said, "Get up," and the sleigh started down toward the homes where the Who's lay a snooze in their town. Oh, you saw a video on the Grinch, its history, and it in the modern day. Yeah, I would love to watch that. You went to school with the mayor. I didn't know that. All their windows were dark. Quiet snow filled the air. All the Who's were all dreaming sweet dreams without care. When he came to the first little house on the square, "This is stop number 1, the old Grinchy Claus hissed, and he climbed to the roof, empty bags in his fist. Then he slid down the chimney, a rather tight pinch, but if Santa could do it, then so could the Grinch. He got stuck only once for a moment or two. Then he stuck his head out of the fireplace flue, where the little Who stockings all hung in a row. These stockings, he grinned, are the first things to go. Then he slithered and slunk with a smile most unpleasant around the whole room, and he took every present. Pop guns and bicycles, roller skates, drums, checkerboards, tricycles, popcorn, and plums. And he stuffed them in bags. Then the Grinch very nimbly stuffed all the bags, one by one, up the chimbley. The chimbley. Then he slunk to the icebox. He took the Who's feast. He took the Who pudding. He took the roast beast. He cleaned out that icebox as quick as a flash. Why, that Grinch even took their last can of Who hash. Not the Who hash. Then he stuffed all the food up the chimney with glee. "And now," cried the Grinch, "I will stuff up the tree." And the Grinch grabbed the tree, and he started to shove, when he heard a small sound, like the coo of a dove. He turned around fast, and he saw a small Who, little Cindy Lou who was not more than 2. Oh my gosh, she's so small. Look at how little she is. I guess she is just not more than 2. The Grinch had been caught by this tiny Who daughter, who'd got out of bed for a cup of cold water. She stared at the Grinch and said, "Santa Claus, why? Why are you taking our Christmas tree? Why?" But you know, that old Grinch was so smart and so slick. He thought up a lie, and he thought it up quick. "Why, my sweet little tot," the fake Santa Claus lied, "there's a light on this tree that won't light on one side. So I'm taking it home to my workshop, my dear. I'll fix it up there, then I'll bring it back here." And his fib fooled the child. Then he patted her head, and he got her a drink, and he sent her to bed. And when Cindy Lou Who went to bed with her cup, he went to the chimney and stuffed the tree up. And the last thing he took was the log for their fire. Then he went up the chimney himself, the old liar. On their walls he left nothing but hooks and some wire, and the one speck of food that he left in the house was a crumb that was too small for even a mouse. Even too small for a mouse. Then he did the same thing to the other Who's houses, leaving crumbs much too small for the other Who's mouses. What a crook. It was 1/4 dawn, all the Who's still abed, all the Who's still a snooze when he packed up his sled. Packed it up with their presents, the ribbons, the wrappings, the tags and the tinsel, the trimmings, the trappings. 3,000 feet up the side of Mount Crumpet, he rode with his load to the tip-top to dump it. Pooh-pooh to the Who's, he was Grinchishly humming. They're finding out now that no Christmas is coming. What, Domo? They're just waking up, I know just what they'll do. Their mouths will hang open a minute or two. Then the Who's down in Whoville will all cry boo-hoo. He's upset with the ruckus, but he's okay with them crying. That's a noise, grinned the Grinch, that I simply must hear. So he paused, and the Grinch put a hand to his ear. And he did hear a sound rising over the snow. It started in low, then it started to grow. But the sound wasn't sad. Why, this sound sounded merry. It couldn't be so, but it was merry, very. He stared down at Whoville. The Grinch popped his eyes. Then he shook. What he saw was a shocking surprise. He was shook. Every Who down in Whoville, the tall and the small, was singing without any presents at all. He hadn't stopped Christmas from coming. It came. Somehow or other, it came just the same. And the Grinch, with his Grinch feet ice cold in the snow, stood puzzling and puzzling. How could it be so? It came without ribbons. It came without tags. It came without packages, boxes, or bags. And he puzzled 3 hours till his puzzler was sore. Then the Grinch thought of something he hadn't before. Maybe Christmas, he thought, doesn't come from a store. Maybe Christmas, perhaps, means a little bit more. And what happened then? Well, in Whoville they say that the Grinch's small heart grew 3 sizes that day. And the minute his heart didn't feel quite so tight, he whizzed with his load through the bridge, through the bright morning light. And he brought back the toys and the food for the feast. And he himself, the Grinch, carved the roast feast. Ah! How cute! I haven't read that in a long time. This is cozy. You know what? Yeah, let's do another Dr. Seuss story. That was so cozy. Let's do Horton Hears a Who, because there's a it connects because Who's. Wait, this is a video. That's fine. Horton Who. It's a book, right? Is this a book? Is this a book? You're not trying to trick me, are you? Is this a book? This is a big sticker book. Wonderful story. Sad his widow let Walmart use him to promote Walmart's online shopping. What? I didn't know that. I mean, yeah, that kind of thing happens, huh? Is this the book? Is this a book? That's a quote from my favorite YouTube poop. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Is this a book? Yeah. I do gotta get going. But after this, oh, this is so delightfully cozy. I've set the ambiance perfectly, haven't I? After this, though, I gotta scram. So it has been an absolutely lovely Christmas party. I can even send these 2 YouTube videos in the chat. The Lorax was in Mazda commercials. Oh man. But you guys get to recreate this ambiance for yourself for the rest of the night if you'd like to. This year, Walmart hired Walton Goggins, Ghoul in Fallout, to play the Grinch, where he tells people to buy their Christmas gifts with Walmart Plus. Ugh. Yeah, that's kind of messed up. You learn something new every day, though. I can't say I'm surprised, honestly. This There's much more to Christmas. There's much more to Christmas than what comes in a store. Right? We just gotta remember that. Don't let the advertising get to us. Book available to patrons with print disabilities? Oh! What? Most of the pages are omitted. What about this one? No. What about this one? The classic collection. What about this one? This is so sad. This is so sad. Maybe I can find... Hold on. Maybe I can find like a different PDF. Maybe it's just not on the Internet Archive because copyright yada yada. Copyright stinko stinko. PDF. Eh? Does this work? It looks like it does. Okay, sweet. Beautiful. That'll do. Horton Hears a Who by Dr. Seuss. I liked the animated movie. Like the 3D animated movie when I was younger. We should raid Chi-Chi. I was thinking the same thing. Whether we raid Chi-Chi or not, that's where I'm gonna be going. For my great friend, Mitsugi Nakamura of Kyoto, Japan. Aw, I wonder why. I wonder who that is. And why that person was so important to Dr. Seuss. On the 15th of May, in the jungle of Newell, in the heat of the day, in the cool of the pool, he was splashing, enjoying the jungle's great joys, when Horton the elephant heard a small noise. So Horton stopped splashing. He looked toward the sound. That's funny, thought Horton. There's no one around. Then he heard it again, just a very faint yelp, as if some tiny person were calling for help. I'll help you, said Horton. But who are you? Where? He looked and he looked. He could see nothing there, but a small speck of dust blowing past through the air. I say, murmured Horton, I've never heard tell of a small speck of dust that is able to yell. So you know what I think? Well, I think that there must be someone on top of that small speck of dust. Some sort of a creature of very small size, too small to be seen by an elephant's eyes. Some poor little person who's shaking with fear that he'll blow in the pool he has no way to steer. I'll just have to save him because, after all, a person's a person, no matter how small. So gently, and using the greatest of care, the elephant stretched his great trunk through the air, and he lifted the dust speck and carried it over, and placed it down safe on a very soft clover. Humph, humphed a voice. 'Twas a sour kangaroo, and the young kangaroo in her pouch said humph too. Why, that speck is as small as the head of a pin. A person on that? Why, there never has been. Believe me, said Horton, I tell you sincerely. My ears are quite keen, and I heard him quite clearly. I know there's a person down there, and what's more, quite likely there's 2, even 3, even 4. Quite likely, a family, for all that we know. A family with children just starting to grow. So please, Horton said, as a favor to me, try not to disturb them. Just please let them be. Yeah, in the movie it was like, oh, you kangaroo. I think you're a fool, laughed the sour kangaroo, and the young kangaroo in her pouch said, me too. You're the biggest blame fool in the jungle of Newell, and the kangaroos plunged in the cool of the pool. What terrible splashing, the elephant frowned. I've got to protect them, or I can't let my very small persons get drowned. I've got to protect them, I'm bigger than they. So he plucked up the clover and hustled away. He's so nice. Through the high jungle treetops, the news quickly spread. He talks to that dust speck, he's out of his head. Just look at him walk with that speck on that flower. And Horton walked, worrying, almost an hour. Should I put the speck down? Horton thought with alarm. If I do, these small persons may come to great harm. I can't put it down, and I won't. After all, a person's a person, no matter how small. I just had the thought, I'm Horton, and you guys are the Who's. A viewer's a viewer, no matter how lurk. Then Horton stopped walking. The speck voice was talking. The voice was so faint that he could just barely hear it. Speak up, please, said Horton. He put his ear near it. It's actually really small on my screen. What? There we go. My friend, came the voice. You're a very fine friend. You've helped all us folks on this dust speck, no end. You've helped all us folks on this dust speck, no end. You've saved all our houses, our ceilings and floors. You've saved all our churches and grocery stores. You mean, Horton gasped, you have buildings there too? Oh yes, piped the voice, we most certainly do. I know, called the voice, I'm too small to be seen, but I'm mayor of a town that is friendly and clean. Our buildings to you would seem terribly small, but to us, who aren't big, they are wonderfully tall. My town is called Whoville, for I am a Who, and we Whos are all thankful and grateful to you. And Horton called back to the mayor of the town, you're safe now, don't worry, I won't let you down. There we go. There we go. A viewer's a viewer, even if you can't hear them. Yeah. But just as he spoke to the mayor of the speck, 3 big jungle monkeys climbed up Horton's neck. The Wickersham brothers came shouting, what rot! This elephant's talking to Who's who are not. There aren't any Who's, and they don't have a mayor, and we're going to stop all this nonsense, so there! Why is it your business? Get out of here. They snatched Horton's clover, they carried it off to a black-bottomed eagle named Vladikov, a mighty strong eagle of very swift wing. And they said, will you kindly get rid of this thing? And before the poor elephant could even speak, that eagle flew off with the flower in his beak. All that late afternoon and far into the night, that black-bottomed bird flapped his wings in fast flight, while Horton chased after, with groans over stones, that tattered his toenails and battered his bones, and begged, please don't harm all my little folks who have as much right to live as us bigger folks do. But far, far beyond him that eagle kept flapping, and over his shoulder called back, quit your yapping. I'll fly the night through, I'm a bird, I don't mind it. And I'll hide this tomorrow, where you'll never find it. And at 6:56 the next morning he did it. It sure was a terrible place that he hid it. He let that small clover drop somewhere inside of a great patch of clovers 100 miles wide. Find that, sneered the bird, but I think you will fail. And he left with a flip of his black-bottomed tail. I'll find it, cried Horton. I'll find it or bust. I shall find my friends on my small speck of dust. And clover by clover with care, he picked up and searched them and called, are you there? But clover by clover he found that the one that he sought for was just not around. And by noon, poor old Horton, more dead than alive, God, had picked, searched, and piled up 9,005. And on through the afternoon, hour after hour, till he found them at last, on the 3,000,000th flower. My friends, cried the elephant, tell me, do tell, are you safe, are you sound, are you whole, are you well? From down on the speck came the voice of the mayor. We've really had trouble, much more than I share. When that black-bottomed birdie let go and we dropped, we landed so hard that our clocks have all stopped. Our teapots are broken, our rocking chairs smashed, and our bicycle tires all blew up when we crashed. So Horton, please, pleaded that voice of the mayor's, will you stick by us who's while we're making repairs? Of course, Horton answered. Of course I will stick. I'll stick by you small folks through thin and through thick. Huh. Humph, humphed a voice. For almost 2 days you've run... For almost 2 days you've run wild and insisted on chatting with persons who've never existed. How's the cadence supposed to go? Such carryings on in our peaceable jungle. We've had quite enough of your bellowing bungle. And I'm here to state, snapped the big kangaroo, that your silly, nonsensical game is all through. And the young kangaroo in her pouch said, me too. And then she ate it. Just kidding. With the help of the Wickersham brothers and dozens of Wickersham uncles and Wickersham cousins and Wickersham in-laws whose help I've engaged, you're going to be roped and you're going to be caged. And as for your dust speck... Ha? Ha, that we shall boil in a hot steaming kettle of bezelnut oil. Boil it, gasped Horton. Oh, that you can't do. It's all full of persons. They'll prove it to you. Mr. Mayor, Horton called. Mr. Mayor, you've got to prove now that you really are there. So call a big meeting, get everyone out. Make every who holler. Make every who shout. Make every who scream. If you don't, every who is going to end up in a bezelnut stew. This is less cozy than the other one. It was just Grinch antics before, but there's a lot of peril. And down on the dust speck, the scared little mayor quick called a big meeting in Whoville Town Square, and his people cried loudly, they cried out in fear, we are here, we are here, we are here, we are here. The elephant smiled, that was clear as a bell, you kangaroos surely heard that very well. All I heard, snapped the big kangaroo, was the breeze, and the faint sound of wind through the far distant trees. I heard no small voices, and you didn't either, and the young kangaroo in her pouch said, me neither. Grab him, they shouted, and cage the big dope. Lasso his stomach with 10 miles of rope. Tie the knots tight so he'll never shake loose. Then dunk that dumb speck in the bezelnut juice. Horton fought back with great vigor and vim, but the Wickersham gang was too many for him. They beat him, they mauled him, they started to haul him into his cage, but he managed to call to the mayor, don't give up, I believe in you all. A person's a person, no matter how small. And you very small persons will not have to die if you make yourselves heard, so come on now and try! The mayor grabbed a tom-tom, he started to smack it, and all over Whoville they whooped up a racket. They rattled tin kettles, they beat on brass pans, on garbage pail tops and old cranberry cans. They blew on bazookas, and blasted great toots on clarinets, oompas, and boompas, and flutes. Bezelnut soup. I don't know about that though, but great gusts of loud racket rang high through the air. They rattled and shook the whole sky, and the mayor called up through the howling mad hullabaloo. Hey Horton, how's this? Is our sound coming through? And Horton called back, I can hear you just fine, but the kangaroo's ears aren't as strong quite as mine. They don't hear a thing. Are you sure all your boys are doing their best? Are they all making noise? Are you sure every who down in Whoville is working? Quick, look through your town. Is there anyone shirking? Through the town rushed the mayor from the east to the west, but everyone seemed to be doing his best. Everyone seemed to be yapping or yipping. Everyone seemed to be beeping or bipping. But it wasn't enough, all this ruckus and roar. He had to find someone to help him make more. He raced through each building. He searched floor to floor. And just as he felt he was getting nowhere, and almost about to give up in despair, he suddenly burst through a door, and the mayor discovered one shirker, quite hidden away, in the Fairfax Apartments, apartment 12J. A very small shirker named Jojo was standing, just standing, and bouncing a yo-yo. Not making a sound, not a yip, not a chirp. And the mayor rushed aside, and he grabbed the young twerp. Yeah, come on, Jojo. And he climbed with the lad up the Eiffelberg Tower. This, cried the mayor, is your town's darkest hour. The time for all who's who have blood that is red to come to the aid of their country, he said. We've got to make noises in greater amounts, so open your mouth, lad, for every voice counts. As he spoke as he climbed, when they got to the top, the lad cleared his throat, and he shouted out, Yop! In the Jim Carrey Grinch movie, they have a giant white elephant statue over the Christmas counter. The Grinch appears in the background of the Horton bucket in the movie. Ah! And that yop, that one small extra yop, put it over. Finally, at last, from that speck on the clover, their voices were heard. They rang out clear and clean. And the elephant smiled. Do you see what I mean? They've proved that they are persons, no matter how small, and their whole world was saved by the smallest of all. How true, yes, how true, said the big kangaroo. And from now on, you know what I'm planning to do. From now on, I'm going to protect them with you. And the young kangaroo in her pouch said, Me too! From the sun in the summer, from the rain when it's fallish, I'm going to protect them, no matter how smallish. Oh, in the book, the page where they're all playing instruments? Let's see. The young twerp. Bottom left. Wait. A different one? With a giant mallet right at the middle crease. Is that him? What? Where'd it go? Where's my image? What? I can't see it. Or maybe I just don't recognize him. None of these who's look like that one lady who. Yeah, the buxom maiden who. Is it this one? With the pot on its head? Horton, here's a who. Grinch, Easter egg. The one holding the hammer. Oh! Oh, you know what? I see it. Of course he would want to commit violence. Book. Easter egg book. What? It's not right there? I guess not. That's fine. Yay! Yay, book! Yeah, I feel like the Grinch one was cozier, but this one has so much, like... It's frustrating to be ignored, right? The Grinch who stole Easter eggs, true. It is a nice message, it really is. It's very sweet. So, did you guys hear the who? It's about empathy and not to see others as lesser for being small. And don't know, I feel like another message is, if something doesn't affect you, mind your own business. Like, if somebody's, you know, if somebody... I guess maybe it's not right to say if something doesn't concern you, mind your own business, but like, don't hassle people for something that's not your business. I don't know. I think that kangaroo should have stayed out of it. This was really sweet. This was really sweet. The whole day. It was absolutely lovely. I did have a lot of fun with that game. And it was also absolutely lovely to meet Bunny Beely. All the new friends I met today. All the old friends who have come by to celebrate this Christmas Eve with me. People I've gotten to know over the years. Thank you for being here. Yeah! Thank you for stream. Yeah, Horton Here's a Who does have a good message. It does. Ah, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness, Damsel. We're gonna raid train it out. Hi, Damsel. Welcome in, Damsel and friends. You guys missed about 4 hours of Grinch Game Boy Color gameplay, and then story time, reading the Grinch, and then because we were in whatchamacallit, we were in a story time mood, we read Horton Hears a Who as well. Yeah, it was fun, Saito. Thank you. Next stream we're actually doing, let me double check. What are we doing next stream? Literally as I said when we're raiding. Oh, they're ending! Raid train, yay! Yippee! Welcome in, Inkspot. Welcome in, Jack. It's a good thing you got here. I don't know if you've gotten your stream streak today, Jack. Ah, yes. This Friday we're doing... Whoa, excuse me. We're doing Pokemon White Bunnies Only Run. Let me open up Chi-Chi's stream. Yay. Yes, we are raiding to Chi-Chi. Because I love Wee Wee Wednesday. I do love Wee Wee Wednesday. When the 3 streams, you're all watching raid into each other, yeah. I mean, we've got a nice little click going. Oh, you've been lurking for hours. Okay, let's go. I'm glad you're not missing your streak. Let's make a raid call. So I'm gonna borrow these. I'm gonna borrow this bunny, but we're not using the sparklies. We're using snowflakes. There we go. Merry Christmas Eve. Chi-Chi and Momart and Wee Wee and Jet. May all your merry fairy wishes come true. There we go. Raid calls are super duper important when we raid out to somebody. What emote are we using today? Let's do wave. When we raid out to somebody, Twitch, only counts us as a viewer for certain purposes. If we send a raid call in chat. If we send a message in chat. So that's what raid calls are good for. Oh, hi Ptolemy! I hope you enjoyed the stream. Merry Christmas! I've combined both of ours. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah! Yeah, send that, send that. So sending a raid call in, when we raid out is super fun, super important. /raid. Art by Chichi. When we get there, make sure to throw her a follow. Be super cool and nice because she deserves it because she's my favorite streamer. Follow her. And send in the raid call because it's really fun and it'll help her out a lot. I really appreciate you all being here. Everybody who raided in. Oh yeah, everybody follow Damsel too. I'm not gonna do the shout out because we had the raid going, but yeah. Yes, have a Merry Christmas, everybody.
Happy
again, thank
Christmas.
you. Happy Christmas. Thank you again for being here. Let's cap off the year. Trying to engage in things that make us happy and make us bust it down. Let's go. Listen to some good music or something. Thank you. I'll see you guys on Friday for more Pokemon Bunnies Only Run. For more Pokemon Bunnies Only Run. We're gonna go to Chi-Chi. Follow, raid call, and be nice. Thank you, Marth. Remember to always love yourselves, love each other, love the world, and have a delightful rest of the year and a very Merry Christmas, or not if you don't celebrate it. I hope you feel the Christmas spirit. Thank you. Bye.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas.